I want to welcome everyone to application training. This is, I think, our last training of the round. And so I thank everyone for coming who are in the room and those of you who are online. And as we get going on some logistics, and again, so here's the agenda. It is a packed day. We have tons of items that we're going to go over, including we're going to go over what funding we have, how to complete the application, priority rating systems for our various programs. Right now, we're only offering drinking water and wastewater. So if you're here only for stormwater, I'm sorry. I wish we had funding. I encourage you to talk with your clients, or if you're a local government, talk to your legislative delegations and mention to them how important this program is. We're also going to be going through some primers related to our study grants. And then also we're going to go through lead service lines. And then there's going to be the last one of the day will be essentially unfunded. So now what? A funding expectations primer of what to expect if you get awarded funding by our State Water Infrastructure Authority. In your packet, for those of you in the room, we have the information you see here. The presentation is separate. So I do encourage you, and if we can get the blue screen off somehow, that'd be great. I encourage you to go ahead and pull out the presentation and just go through from that, and hopefully we'll get our tech issues worked out. We also have a common application that I'll be going through, as well as our new Viable Utility Reserve eligibility form in one sheet. The one sheets we put together so that when you're talking to your boards or you're talking to your clients, you can just say, here are the funding programs. It's like an 80,000 foot view. And that will enable you to say, I can rip this off, make copies, and send it on its way. So for those of you online, the VUR eligibility form, one sheets, and common application are all online. So please feel free to open those up as we get to them. The website is here. You can see on the screen. All right, I'm going to go ahead, excuse me, and introduce myself. Excuse me. I'm Jennifer Haney, and I am the program development coordinator for our division, one of them. And essentially my roles are with the State Water Infrastructure Authority as its liaison between staff and them, as well as putting together this training and annual reports and some other information that comes across. And I'm going to go ahead and just, yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our other staff, since I don't want them to have to come up here to introduce themselves until they actually get here to present. Tony Evans in the back he's our Lassie guy, but because we don't have stormwater, he got off the hook this time. So Carrie Shook is our Administrative Services Unit Supervisor, and she's the one who keeps us straight. Colleen Simmons in the back is our CDBGI coordinator. You'll be hearing from her a little bit during our priority rating systems. And then after lunch, Kavita Ambikadevi is our section chief for our, we call it the Water Infrastructure Fund section now. Essentially, it's grown so much that now we have a lot more than just our SRF programs. We have, let's see, Stephanie Suter, our deputy director, Shadi Escaf, our director, Susan Kubaki, who is one of our, another program development coordinator, and I'm missing someone, anyone else? David, he moved around. David Giacchini, who's our lead service line guy, and you'll be hearing from him for our drinking water as well as our lead service line this afternoon. All right, so audience, you can put in the chat if you are a local government unit, or if you're a consultant, if you're new, or if you're old hand. And then also, I'll just say in the room, how many of y'all are new at this? Completely new. It's okay to raise your hand. All right, glad you're here. You're going to be feeling like you're drinking from a fire hose. And the rest of you who are veterans, encourage them, because it is feeling like you're drinking from a fire hose. How many are consultants? No, I have a lot. Great. How many of you are local governments? No, I have some. Excellent. I'm glad we have local governments in the room. All right, I see a bunch of chats coming down. So I got TA providers, got local governments, got consultants. So we have a really good mix. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on. And I'm going to bring up Stephanie, and she's going to talk about our funding programs. And then I'll get into the application. So Stephanie, just use the right arrow.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So before you start, everybody should know applications are due Monday, September 30th by 5 p.m. We have an online application submittal form two, actually. We'll talk about that in a moment. We have, well, you're referring to your paper packet. The one sheets are one pagers on our funding program. Those are available on our website on the applications page. So check those out. It's really good base information for each of the programs. We now have a rolling application for two of our funding programs, one for lead service line replacement program, and then emerging contaminant studies. So these will be an ongoing on a rolling basis. Right now, the rest of our programs, we have the funding cycle is twice a year. But for these two programs, it's going to be on an ongoing basis. And we'll talk about some dates for those coming up. So how much funding do we have available? For those online, it's getting really fun in the room. We have like.
Right, good.
Okay. Okay. So for our, for the programs that we have funds for just in this fall round, we have about $221.9 million available. So for our community development block grant infrastructure program, we have $19 million available. In drinking water, we have our drinking water state revolving fund loan amount available, $80 million, which includes $21 million in principal forgiveness. For emerging contaminants, we have $5 million for construction. And then some of that we have available for drinking water, we have available through our Viable Utility Reserve grant, and then also our state reserve grant. For wastewater, we have our clean water state revolving fund loan available, $100 million, which includes $15 million in principal forgiveness. And then for wastewater emerging contaminants, we have $1.9 million. And again, for this program, we also have Viable Utilities Reserve Grant funding available and SRP, State Reserve Grant. We also have our merger regionalization feasibility grants and asset inventory and assessment grants, both which are funded through State Reserve grant funding. And sadly, no stormwater funding this year. In this round, at least. So for our two programs that we're accepting applications on a rolling basis, we have about $75.7 million available for lead service line inventories and replacements. We have about $64 million, which includes $42 million in principal forgiveness. And then evaluation assessment studies to address PFAS in drinking water and in wastewater. So for drinking water, we have 10.1 million, and wastewater is 1.64 million. So for our programs, we have different limits associated with these. For drinking water, state revolving fund, these are repayable loans that can include principal forgiveness up to, the limit there is up to 25 million per round. Each recipient can have a total of 200 million in drinking water SRF loan and 5 million for the bipartisan infrastructure law emerging contaminant construction funds. For clean water, also repayable loans with principal forgiveness option up to 35 million per project per round. And then the cap or the total limit there again is 200 million total loan per recipient, and then there's no cap for the bill EC funds. For Viable Utilities Reserve for construction, we have grants for our distressed local government units up to 6 million in total for the Viable Utilities Reserve funding. The distressed local government units are eligible up to 15 million in lifetime grants through this. For our community development block grant infrastructure program, we have drinking water and wastewater grants that benefit low to moderate income communities up to $3 million every 3 years. And then for the state reserve, we have 3 million per recipient every 3 years for construction projects. And then it's 150,000 per utility every 3 years for AIAs, and then 50,000 per utility every 3 years for MRFs. Now remember, AIA is asset inventory, assessment, right? And then MRF is the merger regionalization feasibility study. So we have a lot of acronyms. We also have an acronym sheet in the in the handout. So I'm starting to read some of these out, but as we go along, we'll probably just switch over to acronyms. So what's new this round? We're going to go over a couple slides about what's new. We have updated utility rates for different prioritization and for principal forgiveness eligibilities. So in that first column, we show what the old combined monthly bill was supposed to be. And then now the new utility rates in the second column show what the new bill should be. So these all have to do with prioritization that is scored within line item 4B in the application. Susan?
Online question. Are funded AIA accounts against?
No. AIAs from ARPA do not count towards that cap. Okay. So then we also, the prioritization for projects from local government units under fiscal control of the local government commission. These will qualify for 100% principal forgiveness. And if they were awarded an emergency operating grant, then they can receive maximum points for category 4 affordability. Yes, question.
What in project?
What if the project benefits the entire LGU and the project?
So the first bullet said all of it. For an area, it's an honor. But the second bullet,
Please.
your disadvantage.
So the disadvantaged area, this is Chad Yaska, director. This is we clarified this a little more in the new intended use plan. For the disadvantaged area, when you claim the 4C4 points, you cannot have a project that's benefiting the entire local government utility. It has to be a project that's focused on a subset of the utility. It benefits only a subset, and that subset is the one that has specific metrics that would qualify it as disadvantaged. But it can't be that the whole town. If you're doing a project that's going to serve benefit the whole town, you won't be able to qualify for the 4C4 points.
Even if the whole town needs the.
So you're going to, when you're presenting the 4C4, I'm not sure that's part of the presentation or not, but maybe jumping a little bit. When you're presenting the 4C4 points as part of the application, you're going to be showing project area and you're going to be using census block groups and census tracts as opposed to using the local government's indicators. You're using the block group indicators. Does that answer your question?
I think the answer to that is no. I can tell you that there are towns where the higher service area.
Sure. And they would qualify, and they would probably qualify under the 4C3 points, not the 4C4 points. That's the intent. The 4C4 is supposed to be, if you don't qualify as a whole town, then you're focusing on a project that's a sub part of the town, and it's not duplicated.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, well, we've moved on to the next bullet, so I'll just continue with the last section here. A targeted project area will be considered a disadvantaged area based on 3 of the following factors compared with the state benchmark values for median household income, poverty rate, property values per capita, and unemployment rate. Also, what's new this round is we do have a focus on emerging contaminant study projects. We have 50% reserved for both wastewater and drinking water funds. I mentioned we have a rolling application for the wastewater and drinking water emerging contaminant study grants. So the cutoffs, and I think we've got a table coming up here, for lead service line and replacement or the emerging contaminant study applications are going to be November 1st, and then awards would be decided at the December 10th SWIA meeting. Then January 10th, and those awards would be at the February 19th, 2025 SWIA meeting. We also have prioritization line items for emerging contaminants. That's line item 1J, and that's for projects addressing PFAS emerging contaminants. And then line items 2H3 and 2H4 for projects addressing PFAS. And then we have a new viable utilities eligibility form for construction projects, which I think is, that's coming up in a moment. For lead service line replacement projects, we have additional funding available. So we have $19.1 million available in these next two sort of rolling pieces of the round. The application due date for those would be August 2nd, and then the SWIA meeting award date would be September 17th. So that's the meeting where they'll decide those awards. And then estimated principal forgiveness available for that will be 13.3 million. And then the next application due date would be November 1st, with the award date being December 10th. And then for January 3rd application due date, the SWIA meeting would be in February, and the amount of those is yet to be determined. The initial funding caps can be increased in 500,000 increments if funds are available. We have 5 million for replacement of known lead. We have 3 million for find and replace and 1 million for inventory. The initial principal forgiveness cap increased from 500,000 to 1 million. And then this is what's on the next slide. The VUR construction supplemental form is also what's new. So LGU seeking viable utilities reserve project funding must complete this construction supplemental form. Whether or not the LGU is currently in their bump training, if they've taken it or not, regardless of the status of that training. There's a project type checkbox. So what's included there is providing physical interconnection and extension to provide regional service, rehabilitating existing infrastructure, decentralizing an existing system into smaller viable parts, and other options deemed feasible, which would result in the LGU generating revenues to facilitate the provision of reliable water or wastewater services. And then also it includes a brief narrative of how the proposed project promotes the utility's viability, specifically related to their latest assessment criteria scores. And then I think Jen runs these pop quizzes. Oh, but there's a question, Susan?
The number of questions.
Should we do?
Is the drinking water bill construction fund $5 million?
Yes.
And you may need to repeat.
Okay, so the question is the 5 million cap for bill emerging contaminants construction funds per round? That's the question. I think the answer is yes.
This is Shadi again. So the $5 million bill emerging contaminants construction funds is per applicant per year, not per round. That's a change in the IUP for this coming round.
AIA paid for update qualifying as category 3 of priority.
I'm sure I understand the question.
Can you reword the question?
So for instance, my thought is, our asset management plan is need updated. I do believe that you could use asset inventory and assessment grant for that. Matthew Rushing, who will be here later, will be discussing that this afternoon. So that is a great question to hold for him. That's what I would suggest.
Well, I didn't.
All right, so we're going to do a quick pop quiz after I go grab my water. Just want to make sure, and y'all who are online can answer in the chat. Let me see, I will go here. And y'all, if you have a question, please do ask. I thank y'all in the room who are asking. I thank y'all are online who are asking, because chances are really good that someone else has that question. And we do encourage that. And if we say we'll hold the question for later, please don't be upset, because we will get to it later today. So first off, we need to make sure you're paying attention. For those of you online, feel free to throw in the chat. Lassie funds are being offered this round, true or false? I see a thumbs down in the back. Yes, it's false. Excellent. Thank you all for paying attention online. When are applications due? Did I hear a B? Is that what I heard? Yep. Excellent. Please don't send them in on my birthday, which is C, because they will be too late. What funding is being offered on a rolling basis? I heard it E. Anyone else? How about online? Yeah, it's all EC studies. It's not only the drinking water, but also wastewater. We do have a very small amount. I think that could fund, I think it's a $500,000 cap. So 2 or 3 studies could be funded in a year. So great. All right. So we're going to go ahead, and after I see if there are any more questions, we'll go ahead with the applications. Any more questions? Those were really good questions that we got online. Thank you. All right. So application package. You were in the room, you should see in your pack an application form. We'll get to that in just a minute. Go ahead and pull it out and have it ready. And then I will get into that in just a few minutes. But first off, for those of you who are new especially, but for those of us who are veterans at this, please remember that the application is more than just a 6-page form you fill out. It's a lot more. It's the common application itself, it's a priority point sheet and associated narrative. It's also the affordability calculator if you're using that, which I think for most programs we use it. It's the resolution. It's your fund transfer certification, your financial information form, and if you're applying for VUR funds, please put that in there as well. And your rate sheets and what we call, I think it's called the unique entity identifier. That's something new. Talk about this in a few. So don't worry, I'm going to unpack all of these as we go through. All right. Application packages. If you submitted an application that did not get funded last round, that's okay. You get another chance. You can either first off leave everything as is and just say, hey, I'm going to I'm just going to let it alone. By statute, we have to reconsider applications one more round before we ask you to submit a new one. If you are changing your application, please go ahead and submit a completely new application, because it's just a lot easier. We try the old style, like the first year we did this, we said, okay, you can submit additional information, did not work. It was fraught with issues. So we just say, if you're changing your application, improving upon it, just go ahead and submit a completely new one. Hopefully that's not as big of a deal as it seems, because you should have most of the information stored away already. And we also look at each application as standalone. So for example, projects A through C, we will not go looking in project B for something missing from project A. Every single application stands on its own merit. And we also, we look at it that way. And it's actually easier now with our electronic form, because we can just go in for you to upload it. You have to have everything in there before you upload it. So it should not be an issue, but just be aware of that in case it becomes one. All right, final check tips. Yeah, Susan, we'll get to it in just a second. Final check tips. We do have, I think it's called Know Before You Apply. There's some information there to think about. But also I encourage you, if you don't have one already, develop a QA/QC checklist. We'll be talking about this a little bit more later in the application. But that will allow you to make sure that you have everything there that you have right there that you can see that I just talked about a moment ago. And also make sure you have your narratives and supporting documentation. Okay, real quick question in the room, I'll get the questions online. Yes, ma'am.
Shouldn't it be marked as a required to be marked? What if,
Right, if you know your, okay, so the question was, if you're a distress system and you're submitting an application for something you know is not eligible for the VUR, then you don't need to fill it out. You just, right, if it's mandatory, you just put a piece of paper saying no project's not eligible. Yeah, that way you don't have to go through the rigmarole of addressing it. So I know we have online questions.
the application is partially funded, does it get
Oh, I can't remember. How are we doing that, Mr. Director? Okay. Right. So for those of you online, if it was partially funded, say you came in, I don't know, for a $300 million project and you got $35 million of it, we'll reconsider that again for the more amount, but I think after that, you'll have to resubmit a new application. So hope that makes sense. Good question. Yes, sir, Kim.
So on the online form and on the application, there's several forms that are required
Mhm.
or not required. In some cases, they don't agree.
Okay.
So which governs, because if you go back and slide, it looks like all the part except like resolution.
Mhm.
And that's like one where online form says you can submit this later. The application says it's required.
Right. Okay, so the question was, if it's, so let me make sure I get it straight, that things aren't agreeing on what's on the Laserfish submittal form versus what's on the application. I'd have to go back in and dig into it a little bit more to look at that and see what's going on with it. But essentially, if there is on the Laserfish submittal form, if there's an asterisk there, of course, you've got to submit something. And we'll go into, when we get into the individual forms a little bit later, what we really have to have versus what you don't have to have. So, okay, online question, Susan.
what is the best way to take
Okay, so if you have a project that you submitted and you're like, no, I don't want to have it reconsidered. I guess you can let us know, but by statute, we have to reconsider it. But if you don't, if you were like, I really don't want to have this thing reconsidered for some reason, let us know. And we'll just, I think we'll just take a look at it and see what we can do. Any other questions online?
back to the Bill EC funding cap? Can you define here the calendar year to apply in the fall? You are technically awarded funding the following year.
I will let the EC folks address that. Yeah, we'll cover that coming up in the EC presentation, which is, I believe is at the beginning of the priority rating system. So shortly after 11, we'll cover that. If we don't answer your question, please do ask it again. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and get into the application form. So again, it looks like this if you're in the room. Go ahead and flip to it's about 6 or 7 pages in. Please note that we put the directions in front of you or the instructions in front of the packet for a reason. Please read them because every single time that we update, we get ready to go into another application round, we update the application a little bit. And I want you to be aware of those changes. So what this allows us to do is for our construction programs and our study programs, it allows us to give you the best funding fit. So please do be aware, of course, that EC studies and LSLRs are rolling, but everyone else uses this form. We use the best funding fit. So for example, if we can give you 100% state grant, we will because it's minimal requirements. If you've applied for CDBGI, we can give you that money, we will. It's rife with federal requirements, as Colleen will talk about later. And then we go down to various combinations. Then we do 100% principal forgiveness. It's like a grant, but with federal conditions. We call it a forgivable loan to avoid all of those grant conditions. And then we do various combinations of principal forgiveness and loan, all the way down to 100% loan. So please make sure when you do this, complete this application, you fill out all sections. And again, please do read the instructions. So go ahead and go to page 1 for those of you in the room and those online. If you're online and you have 2 screens, pull up the application. I'll talk about each section or each page, and then I'll flip to the next slide to talk about some of the requirements. And if you see anywhere where it's red, italicized text, these are must-haves. So Kim, to get to what you're talking about. Funding amount request, got to know how much you want. Another thing is too, that we look at the funding amount and the budget and make sure those values match. So maybe that's one thing to put on your QA/QC checklist. I think maybe one time I've seen someone who didn't complete this. Total project cost, not critical, but if you leave it out for some reason, you're not eligible for principal forgiveness or grant. So be aware of that because that figures into that calculation. Also, total project cost must at least be equal to or greater than your funding amount requested. Funding type. Tell us what kind of funding you're after. Are you after wastewater, asset inventory and assessment grant? And I do want to note on your application, we updated it on Tuesday, so please go pull down the fresh one. AIAs and MRFs are for everyone this round, not just for systems who are distressed who haven't done their work yet. So please be aware of that. It's wrong on here. We corrected it. It's online, it's correct. So it is for everyone, distressed and non-distressed. So minimal amount of grant principal forgiveness needed. I'm going to sit on this one for a few minutes because this is something that trips a lot of people up. Please do sit down, have a frank conversation with your clients, with your elected board, if you're a local government, and say, really, how much loan can we take on? Great time to pull in your finance officer as well. And the reason why I'm really harping on this is because if you have, say, $1 million project, and you say we have to have $700,000 in grant or principal forgiveness to make this go, and we're making our funding recommendations to the authority, and we're starting to run out of funding, and we have only $500,000 of grant and principal forgiveness, and you said you needed 700, we're going to skip you. So be aware of that. This is our only way of knowing. So question 1, if you can do a loan, fabulous. Question 2, tell us how much you have to have that frank conversation. And if you look at your finance officer comes in and say, hey, we do need $300,000. And we start running down and you put the 300,000 in, we start running out of funding. And we get to where we only have like $500,000 left. You said $300,000 is yours. So be aware of that. And so anyway, if you also say, okay, I can take on 100% loan, but you're eligible for grant or principal forgiveness, that's not going to stop you from getting it. It's just a way for you to communicate to us your funding needs. Because once you get your application submitted, we cannot contact you about that. So any questions about that? Okay, great. CDBGI only. If you're doing a CDBGI project, please tell us how you determine your low to moderate income population. Like, did you do survey? Did you do census? And then also tell us your LMI percentage. So maybe don't just put like 61%, put 61.45%. Take it out to the hundreds. Okay. I think Colleen will talk about that later this afternoon. All right, sections 2 through 5 looks like this. Section 2, it's all about connections and bills. Tell us your water and sewer connections and your bills. Again, if you forget this information, doesn't make your application incomplete, but it will impact your principal forgiveness and percentages, grant percentages. Authorized representative, tell us who your authorized rep is. Is it your top elected official? Is it your top administrative official? That's perfectly fine. Or you can list your authorized representative in the resolution. And you can have anyone who's in a position of responsibility, like your utility director, finance officer, or someone on the council. 4 and 5, please go and put your contact information in there. Make sure it's the same as what you do on the submittal form. Section 6 and 7 look like this. And section 6 is your project description. It's a broad level of detail about what your project is. And what we do when we start reviewing applications, staff will look at the description and the budget that we'll talk about in a few minutes, and they'll make sure that they're the same. Like 700 linear feet of 8-inch PVC pipe is being rehabbed And then you'll have that same thing in your budget. So if you're adding connections, go ahead and tell us the number of connections. Or if you're adding for like, if you've done a disadvantaged area and you're claiming that, please let us know. We collect this data for information and report to our authority. And they're also very interested if your project is, say, the fruit of an asset inventory and assessment grant or merger regionalization feasibility grant. They really want to know that because they started this program 8 years ago, and they really want to see projects coming out of that. So section 7, I'm going to go back here. It's a little bit cut off on your page, but if you have it up on your screen or in the classroom, it's not that big, right? It's essentially for you if you have a situation where you are, it doesn't fit the priority rating system. I think one of the examples I've had is you have a town with one industry, revenues are looking good, get to the end of the fiscal year, and then at the very beginning of the fiscal year, the next fiscal year, the industry pulls out. You know your revenues are going to tank. So that's a really good time to say, this is not really accurately reflecting like your financial information form. It's not reflecting what's going to be in the end of the next fiscal year. Please don't use 4-point type to explain this. Please don't extend the project description from section 6 down into section 7. I've seen that. I've seen people copy and paste the project description into section 7. Please don't do that. Please don't write a thesis paper like you remember when you were in junior high and you had to write those persuasive papers. Please don't write a persuasive paper in that section saying, this is why my project should be funded. Please don't write a 50-page paper and attach it with newspaper clippings and photos. That's not what the authority wants. They want just something very succinct. Most of the time, people aren't going to have anything it's okay to put in it. So harp on that a little bit. So I've seen all of those descriptions that I just told you about, except for the 50-page paper. All right, project budgets. You have two. One is the construction project budget. Pretty self-explanatory. You can always add lines if you need to. And if you're doing like claiming certain line items that we'll discuss later, you will need to add lines. Please, when you finish the budget, have your PE seal right there. And if you're doing this electronically, I recommend, because you will be submitting this electronically, I recommend either a wet seal and a scan or a DocuSign. Please don't copy and paste a PE seal on top of it, on top of the PDF so it floats. We had that the first time we started using Laserfish. That was an issue. And it causes a lot of worry and concern on our part and on your part. So please to be aware of that. It has not happened, I'd say, probably first time it happened was first round of Laserfish submittals, has not happened since then. But I do want you to be aware of that when you're completing your applications. Your budget on the right says study grant budget. I do encourage you to put more than one line that says AIA assessment. That's not really self-explanatory. Put at least 3 or 4 lines to kind of give the broad brush of what your study is going to do, like GIS inventory, field work, modeling, etc. Because what we do is when we get something that's funded through the AIA or MIF program, we will look at the budget, the scope, put in the budget, and then we'll look at the scope. And it saves us a lot of questions if it's all there. So do be aware of that. So here's some tips. I think I've already covered these. I do want you to be aware of that there will be some line items that you see here. 1C1, 1D1, 1E, 1J1s and 2s, and 4C4. You'll need to split out that budget according to the guidance. I think it will be explained. Kavita and David will be talking about that later. So do be aware of that. I think everything else I've talked about. Certifications, have your authorized representative initial off. Not applicable, say so. And then I talked about the completeness checklist, and I think, Kim, this is where you're saying it's bumping up against items. So please to be aware of that. Authorized representative, again, top elected, top administrative, or someone else, CDBGI, you have to list the person by name. I'll say that again, but do be aware of that. For signatures, this is another one where you can do an electronic signature. We prefer that for all of our electronic documents. If that's what you want to do, to be DocuSign, can, or something comparable. For CDBGI hard copy, it's got to be a wet signature. So that's a nuance of the program. They're okay with the electronic thing being DocuSigned, but the hard copy that you will submit for CDBGI has to be a wet signature. All right, any questions before I move on from the application form itself? Okay, anyone online? Nope. All right. Financial information form. This is not required necessarily. Is this one of those ones that conflicts, Kim? Okay. All right. It's not required, but it will impact your points if you don't submit it. So do be aware of that. We do want that to have the in-house. So please do be aware of that. A couple of things, and then you'll see a couple of other slides about this in just a couple of minutes. Fund transfer certification form looks like this. It was started in 2014 because the legislature decided that they wanted to, I don't want to say tighten the screws a little bit, but essentially clamp down on some items. I'll talk about that in just a second too. BUR eligibility form, I'm going to come back to that. Resolutions, so I'm not sure why I'm missing. Okay, financial information form. Financial information form, your finance officer or authorized rep can sign off on that. Usually the finance officer signs off. We do need 3 years of information. And when you do your expenditures, do absolute values and just put in any transfers. And please, I remember one time someone had a field day modifying our form. Please don't do that. And also, again, if you don't put it in there, it's not the end of the world, but it's going to impact your points. Fund transfer certification form. This is created because what they were trying to prevent was transfers out of the enterprise fund into the general fund. Say, for instance, transferring money out of the enterprise fund to pay for a park. That's what they were trying to prevent. There are allowable transfers. Please do be aware of that. An allowable transfer might be something like you're renting space in City Hall for your utility billing folks. That's something, but just to be aware of that. Be aware of payment in lieu of taxes. They may or may not be something that's allowed by this fund transfer certification requirement. Please do check with the local government commission. I am not an accountant. I don't want to try to give an example because I don't feel comfortable doing that. So please check with the local government commission. Make sure you check only one of the 3 boxes. We had an application that came in, signed off and everything, no box was checked. We had one come in, all 3 boxes were checked. So we don't know if it's kosher or not. So just be aware of that. All right. Rate sheets. Please do include that. This is a really good opportunity if you're a local government to check and see if your public can actually calculate it. Because what we'll do is we'll take your rate sheet and we'll calculate it. You may take your rate sheet for your client or for your local government and calculate it. And if you can't figure out how that rate sheet works, then the public's not going to figure it out. So it's a really good check because we will take that rate sheet and we will calculate your values. The unique entity identifier form is available at sam.gov. Not required, it's not going to impact your points, but we do ask that you have it because it helps us when we start processing projects that get funded. You can get it at sam.gov. Okay. So let me see. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And board resolution, financial and fund transfer form from the previous round.
Yes, 1 round. As long as nothing's changed significantly in the scope of the project, yes. Yeah. All right. Before I get to the resolutions, I want to talk really quickly. If for those of you online, you can find it on screen. I think I need to find it in my packet myself. But there's a new form that looks like that. Here we go. No, that's for me. I'm having a hard time finding it in my packet here, but it should be in your packet. Essentially, there are, here we go. Anyway, I can't find it in my packet. Hopefully it's in your packet. But there's a form that has 3 questions. The first one is, are you updated on your initial viable utilities education? Are you current? We are not asking you to send us certificates or anything. But you need to know, are you current? Hopefully you have certificates sent out by us that show that. If you don't, please contact Tony Dongera, He took that program last year or last fall from me, and he should be able to help you out on that. And then the number two is make sure your project is an eligible project. So like, for example, if you're doing rehabilitation replacement work, that's an excellent project to make you a candidate for the viable utility reserve. Then if you flip over, it's going to ask you, do you already have a short-term action plan? 95% of the folks will not. Don't worry about that. Just go ahead and tell us how this project will move you to viability. So my example that I've been given is, I'm small town, I've been losing water constantly because of old water lines. I have huge non-revenue water loss, and be distressed because my revenues are tanked because of it. We're going to be rehabbing and replacing all of our water lines in the town. That's going to cut our non-revenue water by like 90%. Our revenues will go up. We're also raising bills. Doesn't have to go into a lot of detail right now. That's all we want to see, and that's because what we want to see is the project you're going to do is really going to help to improve your viability status. Yes, ma'am.
I see that there's a requirement to be up to date with initial education of
Yep.
July 154.
Yep.
So if a unit is going to be designated as distressed
Mhm.
in the next 2 months, like by the time SPIA
Mhm.
reviews reports, are they ineligible to access this funding, or would they be?
Not necessarily. So the question was if, let me see, make sure I get it straight. It's helping me out to do this. If a system is going to be designated as distressed, and it should have already been designated as distressed, unless they've decided to pass a resolution because it was their first year. And if they're designated as distressed and they say, hey, it just happened in September, we will work with that system on that. I do know we're offering another round of bump training. It was the best utility management practices training starting in September. It's also available online. But let us know if you need to talk to us ahead of time. That's great. Okay. Any other online questions before I move on to the resolutions? Okay. Resolutions. We have a template. We also know that y'all probably have your own templates that you use. That's fine. Couple of things to remember. First, whereas clause lists the project. Please don't just put water project and then your name is something really detailed. I've always suggested to copy and paste the name from the project name in the application into this, because what we do is we check the resolution against the application. And we have had to call some incomplete because we couldn't figure it out. So like 2024 Main Street rehabilitation, put that in the project for the first whereas clause. Couple of questions I've always gotten is, we have 3 projects. Can we list off 3 projects in the resolution? Absolutely, yes. That way you won't have to worry about an administrative nightmare where resolution A got into application B. I've seen that happen. So I always encourage that. Another question I've sometimes gotten is, we're vetting, because we're a consultant, we're vetting 5 projects. And council's probably only going to have to go after 3. Go ahead and put all 5 projects in there, because a lot of times the council meeting is way before you submit the application. So for CDBGI, please make sure you name the authorized representative, like John Smith, town of small town project manager, town manager. For the other programs, please at least name the title. So for example, the town manager of small town is authorized representative. Please make sure that you always name at least the title, because one time I did get an application in that said small town is the authorized representative. Who? So we need to know that. That's very important. All right, certification, please use what's online. Date it, have your recording officer sign it and give their official title. Please make sure that the certification officer, recording officer's date is at least the day of or after the resolution was passed. We got one in fairly recently where the recording officer's date was a month before the resolution passed, and that was not permissible. So be aware of that. You can use attestations. I think we've seen maybe 10% have come from attestations. It's just got to come from the clerk of the board. Okay, I went through that already. So electronic submittals, you go to this deadline, this line right here. And let me see if I have on here, I'm going to get out this presentation momentarily. See if it works. So when you go on here, there we go. This is what it looks like on the screen. And for those of you who are in the room, sorry, I don't have printouts of this. but you'll find your town and if you, or your utility. If you don't see it on there, fear not, we have an other, and then it'll pop up a name. Put it in there, you put your county, and if you have a county that, or a town, a local government that crosses lines, and it's hard to believe how many actually do. You can always add another county. I'm just going to pick one. I know that's not right. Put your project name in. So you may have a situation arise where you submit an application, let's say like 2 days before the due date, you realize something needed to change. If that happens, it replaces previous submittal, if not just hit new. Tell us what funding type is you want to have. This is really important because what happens is, depending on the funding type you have, the number of boxes that appear for uploads changes. And so I remember when we first started this, we got calls like someone would just open up the form, they immediately went to the new tab, like I only see 4 boxes. That's because you hadn't chosen a project type yet. So I'm just going to say wastewater. I'm going to ask you for your service population, how much you scored on your rating system, or you think you scored. We'll score it too. And then select the information here, like if it's benefiting a disadvantaged area and as a result of an asset inventory and assessment, put that there. Put in your funding amount requested. So I'm going to say $1 million. And then, are you willing to accept a low interest loan? If you say yes, that's great. That'll just go there. It'll ask you for the total project cost. If not, it's going to ask you for how much principal forgiveness you need. So you just say, I need $500,000 to make it go forward. I'm not designated as distressed. So total project cost is going to be that $1 million. If you're adding connections, put that there. If you have a permit, put that there. Authorized representative. There. And then you go down and put the information about their mailing address because we use this to correspond. It's not what I wanted. And then who prepared it. A lot of times the application preparer and the engineer will be the same. If not, you can click no and it will open up a new set of boxes. Name of the preparer or the email of the preparer. So again, if it's the same, that's great. If it's not, you can open more boxes. Then who's submitting it? This does not have to be the engineer who prepared it or the preparer. It can be your admin assistant if she's doing all your submittals for you. And then you just confirm it again. And then you sign. So when you sign it, see, it's going to tell me, oops, something's wrong there. When you sign it, how many of you love to use a mouse to sign your documents, like by hand? Okay, no one. Okay, Kristen does. Wow. So very few people. I'm not one who likes to do it. If you don't like to do it, you just sign it here. It should pop it up. If you want to draw it, you can click draw and just sign it that way. And then you hit next. And then I don't know if I have anything on here. Let me see. I'm not sure I do. So we will not worry about that. And unfortunately wiped out my information, but I will go on to show you, like if it, you have a wastewater project, I'll go on to show you the different uploads. You just click here. Let me see if I have something on my desktop that I can put in here. Don't think I do. You can click here, add a PDF file. What it will do is it will upload it. When you upload it, it's complete. It will pop up in blue. Hey, this is uploaded. There's an X beside it. If for some reason you realize right after you uploaded it that you need to make a change, you can just hit that X, delete it, and re-upload the correct file. And then you'll just hit next. And what you'll do then is you'll be ready to submit. You can either save a draft or submit. It should send you a confirmation email when you submit that says, hey, we got it. I do recommend you go ahead and have all of your pieces and parts of your application ready to upload rather than save as a draft, because you will be asked to create a password for each application you upload, and that can get complicated real quick. So any questions about the application form? Or the submittal form? If you do, if you're new, and this is your, yes, sir.
Covering later.
Yes,
Which are different.
that's a different portal. We can even go to the portal if we need to. Yes, ma'am. Yes, when you submit it, yes, sir. Yeah, so yeah, when you submit it, do you get confirmation or a copy? You'll get a confirmation email. I don't know, I think can't remember if it sends you like an option to have a copy. I think it says you can print a copy of your submittal. Yeah, I think it'll just be that submittal form. Yes, yes, sir, Vince.
And to ask you about, get the option, download the file. Previous version, for the file.
Okay, so that's good to know, because I've never been on the receiving end of a submittal form, but apparently the statement was you can do that. You can download the files that you uploaded. Yeah.
My recollection.
So yeah, so the individual components, if you do ask to download your application, will be multiple PDFs. So, yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we can try out the submittal form for the lead service line. If y'all want me to get out of the presentation, I've got a couple of minutes. I can do that. It's very similar. So let me see here. I can get a new window up. Don't know if I can. Ah, here we go. All right. So when you go to our water infrastructure page, everything you need, by the way, this is a really good chance to have a roadmap, is right here under the I Need Funding page. And you can see here for lead service lines, here's the submittal form. And it's very similar. You have your general information here. The difference lies in here where you'll ask for your funding type. So much fewer funding types if you submit lead service line. You have another project type pop up because there are 3 types of lead service line projects. And you can always submit EC studies, drinking water EC, wastewater EC. It's the same concept for the form. So very, very few differences, just mainly on this front page. All right. So I'm going to go back. I think that is all I've got. I had a few pages on our slides. Pop quiz first, real quick. Again, you can answer out in the chat. What should you do with your spring 2024 or older application forms and templates? You can print them out and keep them as souvenirs if you want. I highly encourage you to delete them off your hard drive, because we've had people who have come in with old application forms and it makes it very difficult. Okay. For DWS or EC study funds, you should use the common application form that we just discussed. False. I heard false. Yes. All right. What are the recommended methods for attaching a PE seal? Yeah. How about online? Yeah, I see a D. All right. Good. Good. Yes, please do use these recommended methods here. A and B are probably the best. Okay, I went through that just a minute ago. Any more questions before we take a break? All right, we are at 11:01. We'll come back and talk about the emerging contaminant overview at 11:11. So there's a few snack machines. You can go out to the left. It's kind of around the corner from the elevators. Ladies' rooms are kind of straight out. Men's rooms are just immediately to the left. And if you really want to hustle, you might make it up the Daily Planet. That's a little nice cafe. So we'll see you back at 11:11. 11:12 now. It's 11:02. And I'm going to pause the recording for those online and mute. We're back online. Okay, and Kavita Ambikadevi is going to be talking on emerging contaminants, and then after that, she and David will be talking about our priority rating systems, as well as Colleen for CDBGI drinking water and wastewater construction programs. So Kavita, take it away.
Good morning. So emerging contaminant funding. We have a bipartisan infrastructure law, SRF money or the funds for emerging contaminants, both for study projects and construction projects, and a bill SRF. Jen, it's not moving. It's stuck.
This.
Here we go.
So the bill SRF funds are from 22 through 26 fiscal years. So we have already spent 22 and 23 money. So this fiscal year 24 funds would be spent on emerging contaminant projects for the fall 2024 and spring 2025 applications. So for North Carolina, we have decided to limit PFAS money, not limit EC money for addressing PFAS only. So only PFAS projects will be selected to give this EC money, emerging contaminants money. And to prove that, like to be eligible for the EC funds, you need to have a documented exceedances for the PFAS. As you know, like the final rule of PFAS has come up like a few months ago, and then that has like 3 or 4 PFAS compounds as listed, like, you know, having an MCLs, and then a couple of them with an HI hazard index. So PFAS contaminants with the final MCL or HI will get higher priority, but other PFAS compounds which do not have an MCL and HI at this point will also be considered for this funding. But in the priority rating system, they'll be like given lesser points. So how much funding we have? I think we have gone through this once. For this round, we have about 5 million in principal forgiveness for the drinking water and less than 2 million for wastewater. So the total money we get in a year is about 20 million. So half of it we are reserving for this round, and the next half would be given for the spring 2025. So I think we had a question before asking, you know, if that 5 million cap is per round or per fiscal year, it is per fiscal year. So that would be like, you know, if you are getting this emerging contaminant funding this round, that is fall 2024 round, you will not be considered for the spring 2025 round. But then after that, the next fall, you will be eligible. So since this money is like limited at this point, we have decided to do that. And then emerging contaminant study funding, and we have about 10.9 million, little over 10 million for the study set asides. And then study we have talked about, it's like a rolling application, and we will be like awarding, you know, the projects as it comes in. For that, let me see, for wastewater, we have you know, little less than 2 million for the construction and about 1.6 million in studies. Here, for the construction projects, we are using the same common application and the priority rating guidance, and then your scorecard, the PRS, priority rating system, the score sheet will have clearly marked the EC eligible items. So all the line items in the priority rating system are not applicable to EC projects. Only, you know, certain items are applicable for your EC projects. But if you check your PRS, you know, our PRS, it is clearly marked. If it's EC eligible, it will be marked there. It's like an EC. As we all say, you know, for any project, you know, you claim all applicable line items and is including EC eligible line items. So I want to kind of indicate a difference if your project is EC eligible, you can also apply for our general SRF funding. So in this case, you will be like filling out this priority rating system, including EC, and then when we review, DWI review, you will get two scores, like one for the construction as a whole, that you will be competing using that score with the other construction projects, and then your EC score will be used to compete against other EC projects. So you will be filling out one application, one priority rating system, but you will get two different scores, and then will be considered funding from two different pots of money, that is drinking water SRF funds and drinking water EC funds. Same with wastewater. So this is the priority rating system I was talking about. This is the, we have one for drinking water projects and one for the wastewater project. If you look, 1J1 and 1J2, you see EC against it. So that's where, you will be checking in. If you claim those points, it will be considered for PFAS funding. Here, I think I went over here, this one earlier. For fiscal year 24-25, we have about 10 million for drinking water studies and 1.64 for wastewater studies. The funding cap hasn't changed. It's 500,000 per applicant for drinking water or wastewater. Again, one more time, for the studies, it's a rolling application, and the next cutoff date is November 2024, November 1st, 2024. So if you can submit application anytime from now through November 1st, and then, the December authority meeting, during the December SWIA's State Water Infrastructure Authority meeting, these projects will be presented and then funds will be announced. So the guidance and the priority rating system, everything is similar to our construction projects, and we will go over that, when next time. So this is the study PRS. So for the study project, since it's kind of, happening outside of our normal cycle, that is a spring and fall cycle, we have kind of, developed this priority rating system. It's a subset of our original system. We just removed whichever is not applicable to make it easier on you. So if you look at this, this starts at 1J. So we are not even including 1A through 1J, where the East is not applicable for EC. So this is I think streamlined version of our priority rating system for EC. Here, the application due date next date is November 1st, and the SWIA meeting is in December 10, 2024. So you will be having, we will present all these projects, priority systems, and everything to the authority on that December meeting, and the awards will be announced. Again, the next is, so if we are receiving application from November 2nd through Jan 3rd, it will be presented to the February authority meeting. So you will get the awards in the February. So that's why we call it a rolling application. Now this schedule is actually aligned with our LSLR. So if you have a lead service line project and EC projects, you can kind of follow the same schedule. Any questions on that? I think it's a little bit of a change for the emerging contaminants. Any question? If not, I'll just add a little bit, a small thing in there. We have another source of funding called Emerging Contaminant for Small and Disadvantaged Community Funding that will be offered for the projects that qualifies under that program, and which is not considered for this one. So you're not doing anything different if you're not getting from the bill EC funds, and if you are qualified for the small and disadvantaged grant, we have a little bit of a money on that, then we will consider funding from that part. So that's just little additional. Any questions on this? Any question online, Susan? All right. So here, a wastewater and drinking water construction project priority rating system. Me, David, and Colleen is here for CDBG, so we will kind of tag team and present this. The first one, probably this, this is the same thing we tell over and over, use the priority rating system as part of your application, claim all the points, document all the points, and check our guidance. That's the, the one document that you have to be really, familiar with, and you have to make sure you read through each time because the requirements keep changing. We not keep changing, like we try to make it more, less less problematic. So we just, if we find it's not very clear, we try to get it cleared up in our guidance. So make sure you if you're claiming 1A, for example, then you will go through our guidance and then look through what are the documentation requirements for 1A, and make sure you have everything provided in your application when you claim the 1A points, in any points. So include score sheet along with the narrative and supporting documentation, and provide all the required documentation. And only information provided in the application will be considered. So even if you know that we know about the system, or the last application or some other application kind of describe that, we are not going, because the reviews are actually different. Each time it's different reviewers, so we will not be going back and forth between applications. So if you have to, if you are claiming points in one application, make sure that application is standalone by itself, and only the information provided in that application will be considered. So this is, again, you have to read your priority rating system very carefully and provide all the documents like maps, non-compliance documents, and provide our guidance also provides, also lists some examples, like a good example and bad example. So that's a good place to see that, whether your description will be good enough to receive those points. So we usually say, we will not give you points that you have not claimed. It's mostly true, but there is some, in some situations, it's, we can roll down the points. For example, for the project category, in the project category or project purpose points, if you are providing documentation that is not, quite meet that category, and if we find, okay, your whatever documentation you have provided kind of fits in a lower priority category, we will roll you down. Like, for example, 1C to 1D. 1C is the rehab, replace rehab. So if if the application is not clear that you are replacing like for like, and we say, oh, this sounds like an expansion, we will give you the expansion 1D, even if you didn't ask for the points. That's another example is resiliency. Again, if you put we have 2N1 through 2N7, I guess. So if you are, your documentation is not enough to get one, higher point category on 2N, we will roll it down to 0. So there is some, exceptions on that. So the priority rating system has 4 categories. The first category is project purpose, second is project benefits, third system management, and fourth is affordability. Use appropriate score sheet. So as I showed you, there is one score sheet for drinking water construction project and the other one for wastewater construction project. So please make sure to use the appropriate score sheets for that. And here the presentation will focus on problem areas and updated guidance clarifications and EC eligible line items. So we will not be going through all the categories and point types. So category 1, what is the main thing you have to remember is for category 1, the entire project must support that claimed purpose. So if you have like a portion of the project expansion and a portion a rehab, you will only get the lower scoring like an expansion there. If you have to claim 1C or the replace rehab, the entire project, everything, all the line items, the entire scope must actually support that 1C or replace rehab. So that's the difference. For any category, you have to, the entire project must support the claimed purpose. So another question. So if you are claiming project purpose, but your documentation is not enough to give you any project purpose, still that project is eligible for SRF funding. It's just that, that project is not qualified to get any principal forgiveness. So for example, new water lines, right? New water lines do not get to serve like a new, customers will not get any project purpose points, but they're still eligible for SRF funding if you have the total points below total points above the funding line. There is an exception for new services, new connections. If you, I'll talk about that. It is 1B and 1B, yes, if you have, and 1E actually, if you are providing service to disadvantaged area, or if you are replacing the failed systems, you can get, even if there is a new line, you can get a project purpose. So that is an exception. So if otherwise, if there is, perfectly working system, some others, people are served by private wells or, something, and then you want to kind of expand your service area to that location, it will not get any project purpose without a cost. Here, 1A, that is our highest scoring project purpose. So 1A is a consolidation of non-viable systems. What is non-viable? There is two types of non-viable systems. One is non-viable that the public water supply or division of water resources determine that that system is failing. So you will have to have documentation from those agencies to claim that non-viable system. And then there is another way to get your system classified as a non-viable. That for that you need to, it has to be, minimum is designated as distressed, and then you have to come and talk to us 30 days prior and, and actually present the reason, if it's because of financial reasons or managerial or operational, what are the reasons, why do you think your system is non-viable? Like it's TMF, technical, managerial, or financial reasons. Yes. Yes, the question is the 30 days is at least, yes, it is at least 30 days prior. You can come before that 30-day deadline. That would be preferred, but if you're doing the last minute things, we cannot kind of entertain that kind of a discussion, because it might not be a one single meeting. It will be like a follow-up meetings to determine that. Yes.
Next question that I think goes back to studies. So it's approximately studies around.
It's 10 million, so it's about 20 projects. So almost 20 projects maximum. And then what we are doing is I'm not sure if we are going to limit 1/4 per application. So we are foreseeing 4 cycles, but then, first come, first serve, it's a rolling basis. So if we meet that, if we award that 10 million in, first round, like November 1st round, then there won't be any money available. So is it clear? Do you want to repeat? So it's a $10 million funding. So if a cap is 500,000, so approximately 20 projects. And if the 20 projects come to us, during that first cycle, and then we award all the funding, there won't be any money for the rest of the fiscal year. And we will have the money for the next fiscal year. Yeah, as I said, there's 1A, consolidating non-viable systems. So the highest scoring projects, they get project purpose, and a bunch of other category 2 project benefit projects, and category 3 system management projects, system management points, etc. So the beauty of this type of projects, 1A, is you have a non-viable system and you have a rescuing system. So the rescuing system will qualify for better points for the system management, because hopefully they are doing well, so they will be getting more system management points, so you can use them as your category 3. And then for affordability, probably most likely that your non-viable system are like have more affordability points because they need more assistance. So you can use their numbers like, population and their, income levels, all those things to qualify for more affordability points. So it's, you can kind of mix and match, use both systems as a way to claim maximum points for 1A type project. Any questions on that? Yeah. So another high scoring project type is 1B. That's a resolving failed infrastructure. For wastewater, it's about 20 points, and drinking water 22, and CDBGI gives about 15 points. For this, again, 100% of the cost must be to resolve failing infrastructure. The failing infrastructure has a very, limited definition too. It has to be something like, it exceeds the MCA. And then, or there is two ways. One, the private, the 1B can be used to connect private people's wells too. So this is one of the exception that I was talking about. New water line will not get any project purpose, but if this new water line is to connect a failing well, then it is eligible. You will get 1B. So for that, you need to show that this existing well has an exceedances like MCL violation. And or that well is like, declined in yield by more than 50%. So you have to provide the, drawdown test and everything, and, give us the permitted capacity and show us that the well's yield has reduced more than 50%. And for wastewater, failed in septic system, so physical extension to extension of service to connect failed septic systems, failed non-discharge permitted disposal areas, and on-site systems with NOVs can be considered for the 1B points. So at the end of the project, its project must result in privately owned systems owned and operated by the applicant. That is the local government unit or publicly owned treatment system. So now you cannot give that ownership back to the private citizens, after the project. So that's the requirement to receive the 1B. It has to be like, the owned and operated by the applicant or the local government unit. Any question on that? So 1C, most of our projects that comes in is usually 1C. It's, we all know our state has a lot of very old infrastructure. So that's our major, majority of our projects fall into 1C. Here again, it has to be very clear in the application that it is like for like. So if you do not, state that you are replacing a 12-inch pipe with another 12-inch pipe, you will not get this points. An exception is if it's for drinking water pipe, if it's less than 6-inch diameter pipe and you are going up to 6, you will get, you won't be considered as an expansion. It will be like for like. So if it's to meet, the expansion is to meet the minimum design, it is considered as 1C. For example, in the wastewater construction, minimum pipe size is 8-inch. So if you have some pipes that is less than 8 and then you are replacing it with 8-inch, it's not considered as an expansion. It is still a regular. In drinking water world, there must be cases that you need to do some looping. The looping is new water line, so we have a limit. That looping amount must be less than 10% of the total construction project. So in our budget, you need to clearly show what is the total cost of the project and what is the cost of this looping. So it has to be clearly, delineated in our project budget. It has to be less than 10% to qualify for 1C. Otherwise, we will consider this as a new pipe, like a new water lines, and then will not get any points. So it's not even expansion. We will not get any project purpose points. That's clear. So, new water supply intake structures and additional wells that are part of the rehab and replacement of the water supply are not considered expansion. So expansion for the water treatment and wastewater treatment has a little bit, very, that's the strict definition, because if you are not increasing the permitted capacity, then it's not an expansion. So if you're adding a new unit to your treatment, but you are not expanding your treatment the capacity, the permitted capacity, then it's not an expansion. It is still a rehab. So water meter replacement projects are not eligible for 1C unless the system is distressed. So this change was maybe 3 or 4 rounds before we have included that. Like if you're a distressed system and if you have to replace all water meters, you can still get 1C points. And water meter replacement associated with water line rehab replacement is eligible. So if you are replacing a water line, so rehabbing the water line on an entire project area, and there is some water meters in that area, you can actually include the meters along with the pipe and the service line. So if it's not that you cannot. The project area has to have complete all the lines replaced along with the meters. If you're just doing the meters, you will not get 1C. So that's the meaning of that. Question? Yeah.
Can you get 1C if you are distressed, or under all circumstances you have to replace lines and meters?
Yes. So the question is, if you are distressed, you can only, if the project is only to replace meters, you can, and then you will get 1C points for that. So, but if you're not distressed, so in any cases, if you are doing the water lines and service lines and everything, you can, as part of that project, you can change out the meters and still qualify for 1C. So that's the clarification. With 1C, replace rehab, this age points comes in. So if your infrastructure is more than, the threshold age, as in this slide, you will get 1C1 or the age point. So for the treatment and pumping units, it's 20 years. For the distribution and collection lines, if it's, if you're replacing lines more than 40 years old, you will get the age points. And for the SCADA, kind of in a computer type of equipments, it's less than 10 years. So if you have a 10-year SCADA system that you are replacing, you will still qualify for the 1C. And one thing that to note is, if you are replacing bunch of things, some new, some old, so the cutoff is at least 50% of the construction cost is associated with replacing old infrastructure. So this is where the budget comes in again. The project budget, it has to be clearly shown that, what is the, the new and what is the old, which line items qualify for the old age points and which not. So it has to be minimum 50% to be getting this 1C. So you still can, add a new generator, but still, if it's less than 50% of the entire construction cost, you will still be able to get 1C1 based on what's the age of the other treatment units that you are replacing. Is it clear? So here's in show clearly in the budget what is older and new, and then whatever is not identified as old in the budget or narrative is assumed to be newer than the threshold. So if we don't, talk about the age, we assume that it is newer than the that age threshold. Okay. So this is an example of the budget. So it's showing how much is for older than 40 years for the pipe and how much is for the less than 40 years pipe. And this, it's very clear that, it's more than 50% of the cost is going towards replacing older infrastructure. So that's the level of detail we would like to see in the project budget. The next project type is the expansion. So increasing water or sewer line sizes or treatment capacity to meet current needs is qualified as expansion. So that's the word that you have to be careful with is the current needs. So if you have a current population there already, settled in, and you need to kind of provide service for them, then that is expansion. If it's a new development, it's not expansion, it is new land. So that is the difference. And interconnection projects that add treatment or storage capacity must also be qualified as the expansion. And then you have to get 2K under project benefits. There is a line item called 2K. You have to get that to get 1D. So some points like this is interconnected. So, we will actually go back to category 2 and see if you are getting 2K points and then come back to see, if you will get 1D if it is an interconnection. And additional wells treatment plants and pump stations or storage tanks to meet current and justifiable future growth is considered as an expansion. So if you're saying a water treatment plant expansion, right? If you're designing it for the 20-year, design capacity, you can still show us what is that justifiable future growth and still get the 1D. But if it's a brand new water treatment plant, which is, built for the future, for people who is coming there or some industry coming in there, then it's not an expansion. It has to be current and existing. So new water lines solely to serve future development are not eligible for 1D points, and it's not eligible for the SRF funding too. All right, so this is another one, high rate ranking project type. It's 1E, service to disadvantaged areas. The definition of disadvantaged areas is the same. I think we have gone through that once before, and then we will talk about it again in category 4. But again, this one, to get 1E, at least 75% of the construction cost is to provide connection or alternate service to the disadvantaged area. So disadvantaged area consideration is not for projects that benefit the entire LGU. We talked about that earlier. And disadvantaged areas are also limited to less than half the number of total connections served by the applicant at the time of application. So we're kind of limiting the disadvantaged area definition here. Yes.
So connection is alternative.
That is, for example, if it's septic system, right? If you are removing those system and the disadvantaged area, and then you are providing, putting a sewer line there. So that is the connection. Yeah, it's a new connection, like some other connection. So again, some more definition for the disadvantaged area. This is the same thing we have discussed before. It's based on at least 3 of the following factors compared to the state benchmark values. So median household income, poverty rate, property values, and unemployment rate. Additional factors as socioeconomic and then existing contamination factors are also considered for qualification for 1E. So if you just read the guidance, there is some other ways that you can, come up with, because we understand that everybody's case is unique, and our small local government units have their own, ways of their own, problems. So if you can kind of convince us what is the issue, why you consider that community as local, disadvantaged, please, use our guidance and provide all the information in your application, and we will certainly take a look at it and see if, still meet this criteria. When possible, compare the project area data to the LGU indicators. So other than that, you can use the NC community mapping tool and the justice map tool, all those things. So that is a little bit more clear in category 4, the affordability. So there is a lot of, the guidance describes all the ways that you can indicate your community as a disadvantaged community. Here, the documentation requirements, justification of targeted project areas disadvantaged, and the project budget, at least 75% of the construction costs to provide service to disadvantaged areas, and the budget line items necessary to provide service to disadvantaged areas must be clearly identified, and also include line items for private site connection and or system development. So that you need to kind of pay attention to the last bullet point there. For project budget, if you are saying this, you are providing service to a disadvantaged area, make sure there is no cost to that customer. So all the, the service line, even the private side line, plus their, whatever the fees, the LGU charges for the one-time connection, service connection, that must be included as in the project budget. So you cannot charge those disadvantaged communities to connect to the public system. So that is what it means. And as again, it has to, there should be a project map which clearly identifies the disadvantaged area and the properties to be connected. This is an example of that cost estimate. So you can see how many is in disadvantaged. So you can see 50 sewer laterals in disadvantaged areas. So it's 100,000. So it's very clear here, what is the project budget that we are using to provide service to disadvantaged areas. So, and when you calculate, it should be the minimum 75% of the total project cost. Any question on this? Okay. So there is other category 1 points for clean water aside. 1G, 1H, and 1I. 1G for the stream buffer or wetland restoration. 1H for stormwater control measures, previously known as BMP, best management practices. Now it's SCM, stormwater control measures. And 1I is the reclaimed or rainwater. So one thing you have to note that I think when we started the presentation, we said there is no LASI funds, there is no stormwater specific funds this round, but this is the opportunity to use clean water SRF if you have a high scoring stormwater project. So if you get 1G or 1H, you can get your stormwater project can also qualify for these clean water SRF. Okay. Any questions under that? Here we will discuss 1J. This is the priority project purpose points that is really catered towards the emerging contaminants. So only emerging contaminant projects will receive 1J category points. Here. And as I said, for North Carolina, we are limiting the emerging contaminant funds for PFAS. So only PFAS compounds will be considered. And you should have a documented, documented exceedance for the PFAS MCL. So there is PFAS final rule already published. So if you have your, lab results showing that your contaminant, PFAS contaminant is exceeding MCL, maximum contaminant level or hazard index, then that is the documentation that you can give us to qualify for 1J. This is another thing, before we even look through your narrative for 1J, we go back to 2, actually, the project purpose 2H3, 2H4, and see if you have everything that is required under that category to get the PFAS, exceedance points. Only if you are getting 2H3 and 2H4, we will go through that later, but only if you are getting those points, you will be even considered for 1J. And 1J1 is like 100% of the construction costs are to address PFAS. 1J2 is a minimum 75% of the cost to address PFAS, and 1J3 is for the study project. So here, we will not use 1J3 if you are using a construction, application. If you are, the rolling application is where you will use 1J3. That's the only type that you will use for emerging contaminant studies in your rolling application. Any question on 1J? Okay. So this is a summary, 1A through 1J, and whatever, how much is the projects and some notes here. I'm not going to read through it, but I think you all have a copy of this slide, so you can get through this. I'll give you a couple of seconds to look through this. Any questions on category 1? So now we are to category 2, project benefits. I think David and Paul.
Yes, I'm Colleen. I'm the program manager for CBG Infrastructure. I'm going to walk us through the beginning of category 2 and then pass it on to David to finish us out before lunch. So category 2, let me see if I can go back. This, as you saw on this table, Tabitha did not convey all project purposes today. We just touched on basic ones, certain ones. We didn't cover everything. So when we get to category 2, we're going to do the same thing. We're not going to cover every single benefit that we offer in our programs that you can claim points for. We're just going to touch on some nuanced ones to keep us going, because if we covered everything, we'd be here all day. So please look at our guidances so you can get a thorough understanding of every project purpose, project benefit, and then as well as category 3 and 4. So we're only going to hit the highlights today. So category purpose, or category 2, project purpose. It is when a portion of your project is going to have a direct connection to that benefit. As Tabitha said, project purpose is the entire project must serve that purpose. Benefit is different. So you go through the project purpose, project benefit points, and determine which benefit your project will address. You'll earn points if you had, like I said, direct connection. You must tell us in your narrative, as in your documentation, that direct connection to earn the points. Like the slide says, narratives are extremely important here. You need to tell us your story. Don't assume we know what's going on in your system. Some of us might have some inside information on what's going on and what you're trying to do, but we're not the reviewers of the funding application. So you need to convey all that information in your narratives to make them complete. In cases where a single application includes multiple project types, the project benefit points must match the project purpose that was claimed. 2A, this is for CBG infrastructure projects. This is our catch-all project purpose benefit points. This is for drinking water or wastewater projects. So if you're coming into our program and you're claiming a 1C, which was infrastructure, and you were saying that, you know, you're addressing I&I, sanitation overflows, those specific environmental and public health benefits, you come in, you claim and document 2A with our program. This is what I call, don't do this. Put it on your slide. Don't do this. Sometimes I think people see this slide and they're like, oh, I got to do that. And we get a lot of applications that try to claim 2A that are still doing these common errors and issues. Like I said, your narratives are not complete. They're not clear to us, that direct connection. My reviewers are not engineers. My group is, we only have one engineer. So you're talking to non-engineers when you're putting into our applications. So you need to make that direct connection in a language that non-engineers can understand. So make it clear, make it concise, and make sure, go through our guidance. Our guidance tells you exactly what you need to tell us. Don't leave anything out. Same to say documentation. Our guidances across all our programs tells you exactly what documentation you need to support your claim. Provide us that documentation. We can't give you the points if you have a good narrative and no documentation, and vice versa. Don't give us documentation that doesn't match what you just told us. We've seen that in the past. Maps are very important to show us what's happening and where. I'll go into after lunch about project area mapping and all that fun stuff. But for this one, it's if you have sanitary sewer overflows or SSOs, you need to visually show us where it's occurring and how your project is going to address that. Especially if your SSO is not right in your project area, it might be downstream. You need to tell us how that links together. And some other just key things. Just know that if you provide us documentation about an SSO that happened 5-10 years ago, and there's been nothing since, your claim is really hard to us to support that claim. Because one SSO does not show a problem. It must be like a reoccurring issue, or backups into homes are constantly happening. It's not just that one time 10 years ago. So again, show us there's a pattern, not that one spike in your system. And just know that fire flow and pressure in our eyes is not an environmental and public health issue. It is if you're doing stuff to your system, and at the end of the day, you'll have better fire flow, better pressure, that's great. But for 2A points, you don't get points for that. We've had some applications come in and talk about fire flow and pressure and how this project is going to improve that under 2A. We do have a benefit point about pressure. Go to that benefit area and show us how you will handle pressure. For CDBG, we have a little bonus points, 2A1. These come into play, the 5 points, if you're going to take off private wells or septics and get them onto the public system. If you're going to do that, you tell us that you're going to eliminate 20% or more of those private systems. You just document, like we say in the guidance, provide the narratives, mapping, etc. If we agree with you, we'll give you these extra 5 points. Usually when people are doing private laterals, putting people off public, taking people off their private system and putting them on public, they'll come into 2A and then they'll claim 2A1 too, if they can meet those criteria. But it's, again, narrative, maps, or documentation is critical. One thing I didn't mention at the beginning of category 2 is you can claim more benefit points than you're allowed. We see a lot of applications come in that they will claim and try to get more than I think it's like 25 points for category 2. You can do so. And if we agree with all of them, we'll just cap you at the max. So that's always a good thing to do. If you have that direct connection for multiple benefits and you can document them all and tell us in the narratives, you can max out category 2 pretty easily if you do that. Any questions before I hand it off to David? All right.
Thank you. All right. I see we're running a little behind, so I'm trying to go quickly as I can. So 2B points. There. What's the slide? All right, the 2B points divided in B1 and B2, they only available for drinking water projects. Okay, and if you remember from the 1B points in project purpose, the project must address failing wells or address resolving managerial, technical, and financial issues. So you must, these points, a lot of points, 20 points, they are related though to successfully claiming other points, either in the project purpose, 1B or 1A, or down to the H points for contaminants. These points are no longer available for emerging contaminants because now we have other line items that grant you can claim the points for emerging contaminant contamination. To B2, this has, if you have a project that wants to include removal of lead service lines, but as one of the component of the project, but you also want to do other things. This is the program that will allow you to do that, because the lead service line replacement funding program, it only allow you to do activities strictly related to the identification and removal and replacement of service line. So if along with lead service line, you want to do removal, replacement of, for example, water mains or hydrants or other things, you can do that with drinking water SOF and claiming these points. 2C, divide again C1 and C2, they apply to wastewater project. 2C1 is for a project that replace or repairs either a sewer line generating, SSOs, eliminates failed on-site wastewater systems, or resolving managerial, technical, and financial issues, again, as you have successfully demonstrated by claiming 1A points. C2 is for project that eliminates, by providing sewer service, malfunctioning on-site water systems, wastewater systems. So specifically, C1, you document that you have a homes or series of homes with a failing septic system. You have to, document that with a letter from a sanitarian or scientist or county health department that the system has failed. Or if you want to, if the project is about replacing or repairing sewer lines that are causing SSOs, you have to demonstrate that these overflows reach bodies of waters or back up into homes, and you have to document that. To C2s, is for elimination of, by providing sewer service, elimination of failing on-site wastewater system. The documentation required for that is a notice of violation issued by an authorized agent. The project must include, 50% of the homes that the project would connect to the sewer system, at least 50% have to have documented failing systems. And for all the other requirements, as usual, refer to the guidelines. 2 points, E1 and E2. They address the project must address either administrative orders or special order by consent, or resolve notice of violations or deficiencies. It is important that the description of your project, you demonstrate how the project will address and solve the issue that has caused the enforcement document. And also, the enforcement document, the notice of violation or the AOC, has to be should not be older than 3 years. You have to demonstrate that the problem is still existing, but also that you have a sense of urgency in addressing, in solving. It's not something that you have left going on for many years. System mergers and regionalizations, 2F points. A system merger can be either through physical consolidation of the infrastructure, 2 or more systems, or with a merger of operations and ownership. So the existing infrastructure remains, it's not get consolidated into one, but the ownership and the operation of it is now shared by the 2 or more systems. These points are available for if the merger has occurred up to 2 years prior to the date of the application. Right? For F2, it's a regionalization or partnership where the 2 systems share something in common, but retain ownership, some function, share some common function, but retain a separate ownership of systems. Recently, there was an example of 2 separate systems that wanted to do a project building a common raw water intake and share the ownership and the operation of it. And so this was the points that they claimed successful. For the emerging contaminant priority rating system, we'll also consider 2 points if the partnership help address PFAS contamination either for one or for both more partners. For this, though, you have to successfully claim and document either 2H3 or 2H4 points. two H points. H1, H2, H3. H1 and H2 are for non-emerging and non-PFAS points. And H1 is for acute contamination for primary contaminants. H2 is for other than acute for secondary contaminants. H3 and H4 apply to PFAS compounds. H3 for compounds exceeding either the regulatory standards or, if there is no regular standard, 10 parts per trillion, right? And 2H4 is for projects that address PFAS contaminations exceeding proposed or promulgated MCLs or hazard indexes. How to document 2H3 and H4 points. Of course, you have to have test results. The testing has to be done using EPA validated testing methods. For public systems, you need at least one sample within the last 12 months that exceed the threshold levels. For these type of contaminants in private drinking water well, you have to have one sample within the last 3 years. It is important also to show that the prior to the sampling, the well did not have any contamination. So it's something that has occurred recently. I think Kavita has gone over, the requirements for 1J1 and 1J2 points. Interconnection, K1, K2, and K3. We had not so much a change in this points for this funding round, but more of a clarification could have been a gray area. In other words, now you see the word potable water. Potable water is not a word that you have seen, across this presentation. Why not drinking water? Well, because drinking water system deals with both potable water, finished water, treated water, and raw water. Okay, so 2K1 and 2K points, we want to make sure that it's clear that apply to interconnection that transfer one way or the other, finished water, potable water, water that is ready to be put into the distribution system and used by the consumers. K3 is for projects that create an interconnection that includes, at the time, it includes raw water, untreated water. To end, resiliency and redundancy. At the first N1 through N5 have to do with infrastructure being located in floodplain, with a 500 or 100-year floodplain. For that, please read the guidance carefully. One of the most common error, if you would, that we find in application is to fail to demonstrate with, proper, clear mapping where the infrastructure is located with respect to the floodplain and where it's going to be moved. So please read the guidance carefully, but make sure that indeed what you're trying to demonstrate, it's apparent from the mapping that you provide. Sometimes we get maps that are such a large scale that we cannot really determine where the well or the pump station is located with respect to the boundary between floodplains. N6 is for downsizing the infrastructure as a result of a sudden decrease in flow or population. And 2 and 7 is for adding redundancy function to your system or improving the resiliency of it. And that includes resiliency to, for example, cyber attacks and acts of terrorism. Common errors in trying to document these points. When, for example, the project replaces, for example, an existing backup power generator with a new one because the existing one has failed. That does not add resiliency. It just maintains the same level of resilience. However, if you replace a portable generator with a fixed one, that will improve the resiliency of your system. Also, a project that wants to construct new infrastructure that is required to have backup power, the fact that, you're going to have the generator go along with that infrastructure does not add resiliency to your system. I think you wanted to talk about this.
So we just quickly go over the impaired waters this is only for wastewater projects. And 2.0 is for for projects that will directly benefit impaired waters. For that, you have to show the project addresses the impairment, and the map also should be included that shows location of the project and the type of impairment. So there should be a clear connection between the impairment and the project and how it is resolving the impairment. For other 2P, a slightly less number of points, like 10 points for wastewater projects you can get if your project is benefiting other classified waters. UW, I'm not going through all this other classification. You can see that in our guidance. So again, you have your project must show a direct benefit to these classified waters. And again, show the project location and describe how the project is directly connected and which will improve the problem or the impairment of these classified waters. For system management, category 3, we'll only discuss 3A1 and 3A2 that is related to asset management. So before we go through your narrative for 3A1, we always check 3A2 because 3A2 is a requirement to get 3A1. So 3A1 asset management plan, you must have described the 4 key areas. It's in the guidance, so just see what are the 4 key areas that you need to say that your asset management plan addresses. And then it also has to be implemented. The asset management plan must be implemented. It should not be, one of the requirement is 3A2. As I said, it should have a capital improvement plan that is adopted, and it should not be older than 2 years. The CIP must have like a 10 years of projects in there. So it should be a 10-year CIP. So you should clearly say what are your projects for the next 10 years, and then the project should have a project budget for each project too. And for the first 5 years, you should have the list of project and cost by year. And for the next, you can just lump sum for the year 6, this much, year 7, this much. So it doesn't have to be project specific for the CIP. And this project that you're seeking funding for must be clearly highlighted in your project priority matrix in the CIP. So it should be visible that, this is a project that you are seeking funding for is already in your CIP. So some errors, again, it has to be the time frame less than 2 years old, and it should span like 10 years, and it should have the project highlighted, all this, good things, we have discussed here, and also in our guidance document, it should be deleted. So now moving forward to category 4.
Okay. Yes, category 4, affordability. Yes, we have a question.
That you've adopted there, yeah. Minutes, all that,
The meeting minutes and of, how do you demonstrate it is adopted? The CIP, should be adopted so you can have a meeting minutes and then the next year, next agenda showing that this is, adopted. So you should have like two, the minutes as well as the next month's, resolution of that.
One more question.
And I think that it said on the operating ratio must be like over.
Mhm.
that.
The operating ratio calculation is already, shown so that our,
There's nothing.
Expensive.
expensive inclusive.
Differentiation.
It excludes.
I think it doesn't pull it out, right?
Yeah, we have it put in. We have it. Expenses, so. Revenues over expenditures, we do not include depreciation.
Okay. Any other questions on category 3? System management? So moving to category 4. Okay. Affordability points, category 4 affordability points, of course, add priority points to an application, but I also use to determine principal forgiveness eligibility and I have what % rate. However, there are a couple of type of projects that qualify for 100% principal forgiveness, regardless of the typical parameter that we use to determine the affordability, which are the size of the system, the local government unit indicator data, the operating ratio, and the water and sewer rates. So these projects are projects that are under where the local unit government is under the fiscal control of the local government commission, and the project where an emergency operating grant was awarded to the applicant under NC 159G program. Okay, so 4A is the affordability class of points it's based on the size of your system. So the smaller the system is, the more affordability point the application gets. The number of sewer and water connections that you're claiming has to be the number at the time of the application. And again, the date of the application is taken as the deadline. So next round is September 30th. The second class, 4B, is affordability points for your combined water and sewer rates. If you are a one system, either only water, only wastewater, we use, and you will see it in the affordability calculator that you're going to have to complete and submit with the application, how the combined rate is calculated, even if you are one service type of system only. We have a question.
Oh, it's for prior to this. It's different points versus what you'll have to get from.
Well, we have updated those rates for this round.
threshold or the standing. Kind of put over.
In other words, your rates need to be higher now than they used to be in order to get the same point. If you, in your calculations, since the division recalculates your combined water and sewer rates based on the fee schedule that you provide with the application. If you have underclaimed points because you have actually underestimated your combined 5,000 water and sewer rates, we will give you the points that the actual should actually get. So that's one of those cases where it's not a roll down, it's a roll up. But yeah. We'll come back several slides, I'm sorry. All right, LGU indicators. The LGU indicators, local government unit indicators, are socioeconomic indicators, and your application, your affordability calculator has already all the LGU indicators, entered into it, and so you just once you select the applicant, the town, the city, or the county, or the units that make up your service area, okay, and the calculator does a weight average on the LGU, the number of LGU indicators worse or above the state benchmark are automatically provided. However, if there is one of these indicators, they're listed there, property valuation per capita, population change, poverty rate, median household income rate, unemployment rate. If you disagree that the pre-populated data in the application, if you disagree with it, you think it's different, you are allowed to provide your proposed data, and you have to document it. So refer to the guidance on how to document, for example, that the population in the last 5 years did not increase by 20%, actually it decreased by 5%, right? This would, chances are that it would give you additional points. So you're encouraged to do that. 4C4 used to be 4D. Now we added to the 4C class of points because these points are given it in alternative to the other 4C1, 2, and 3 points, depending on, which is the highest. However, for example, you could get 7 points for 4C3 for LGU, 5 LGU indicators. And if you claim the 4C4 points that only give 5 points, you will still get 7 points. However, it's important that you claim them, even if they don't increase the number of affordability points overall, because they also come with principal forgiveness attached. So a project that benefits, you have documented benefits, disadvantaged area, will automatically qualify for 50% principal forgiveness. So if by the traditional affordability criteria alone, your application would have earned 0 principal forgiveness or 25% principal forgiveness, it's important that you claim and document the 4C4 points for benefits to a DA because it will increase the amount of principal forgiveness that the project is eligible for. And about the definition of disadvantaged area, we have talked today about it several times, but again, refer to the guidance. Please note that in this case, only 50% of the construction cost need to benefit directly the disadvantaged area instead of 75%, like for example, for one E. So show your calculation, show in the budget, the project budget, exactly how that, 50% or more of the project cost benefits the disadvantaged area by breaking it down. What cost, what portion of the project benefits and what does not. Okay. Also, the benefit must be a benefit to public health. It should not be a financial benefit. For example, replacing old service meters with new meters, it provides a lot of benefits financially because the chances are that it increases the revenues for the water system. However, they do not provide effective environmental or public health benefits to the people living in that disadvantaged area. Pauline, 4E?
For it's unique to our program. Last thing, and then we have a couple. Then we're out of here for lunch.
Paulina. Close to.
Sorry. So for CDG program, we have an interactive scorecard for fall on our website. I'll talk about all that stuff after lunch. But you pull down that interactive scorecard, and then you'll find your poverty rate for your community. You'll put that poverty rate into the scorecard, and it will spit out a point. Number of points. The higher your poverty rate, the more points you receive in. Same goes for F, your LMI documentation. What's your LMI percent? Again, we'll talk about more detail after lunch. But you'll put your LMI percent into that field. It'll do a calculation in the background and give you the points you received for your LMI up to the max. I'll just tell you that to get 25 points, you need 100% LMI. So that's that. And just make sure you put all the documentation again. We'll go over that after lunch. All right. Pop quiz. What's the, for project purpose, the entire project must address the purpose. True or false?
Thumbs up. Anyone else? Go hungry.
All right. It's true. For Bill, I don't know what this. For Bill, emerging contaminant study projects must use A, B, or C.
Bees and brother. Yep.
D.
Saw the rolling motion over there. You're correct.
Question 3, the capital improvement plan needs to have been adopted within A. Very good. And what happens if you adopt it today and you only have an 8-year span? Extend it out to 10 years. That's a common issue we see, so that's why I brought it up. All right.
All right. So we are at 12:30 on the nose. I have some good news. The other training room, which is if you go out to the elevators and hang a left, go past them and hang a left, go past the little modern day phone booths, as I call it, to double doors. There's a training room in there. We're going to move in there if that's good with you guys. So we'll have actually screens instead of this. And we'll start back at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, yep, 2 o'clock. So feel free to go ahead and move your items down there if you want. We're going to be moving our equipment down. For those of you all who are not familiar with Raleigh, up the street, just a block up, past all the construction, and hang a right. It's a Daily Planet Cafe. It's really good. There's other restaurants past on Fayetteville Street. You go all the way down across Peace Street. There's Peace China and Seaboard Cafe. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 2. We'll start promptly then. Those of you who are online, we will start back at 2 p.m. So just be looking for that, and we'll see you in a bit. Have a great lunch for those of you who are online. Thank you. All right, can we get a sound check for virtual? Anyone? Thank you, Aaron, virtually. Anything for Carrie, can one of put out the message online?
No.
Okay, great. Gary. Okay, so they have to do this, do they have a, Gary, what is the traditional? Okay, can you hear us better now? One. All right, good, okay.
All right, we're gonna get started back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm gonna talk about,
Terry, we did a room change.
that's all right. I'm standing over the mic, so hopefully you guys can hear me. We're gonna get into a half hour of PPG, nuances about our program. Now the clicker doesn't work. We can't win with technology today.
No, we can't. Try it now.
There we go. So as Jennifer mentioned, or Stephanie mentioned this morning, CPG, for the fall round, we have about $19 million to give away. And we have enough applications in February to award that all $19 million. Applicants can get up to $3 million per application, every 3 years of award date. So some of the consultant-entrepreneurial, you have a community that's been through our program before, or currently in our program, talk to them, talk to our staff about if they were able to come in for additional funding for another project. I'm not gonna go into that today. But just know if you are local government here with the city, currently has 3 grants with the PG infrastructure program, they cannot come in another application until they close out a grant. I'm not gonna go into the slide in detail, but you can read it in your leisure. But this summarizes what our program is all about. It was established 13 years ago. It is to provide grant funding to those communities that show benefits of at least 51% to low to moderate income persons. We have a wealth of resources on our website for our program as well as the other programs. That's why we don't print them off. There's a ton of paper available to you. Go to our website, I need funding, and it will go take you to where you need to go for our program guidance across all of our programs, our interactive scorecards. We have 3 appendices on our website to go into more detail on LMI, volunteering, other information. And then we have some floodway information. We have the new 2024 income limits for income surveys. Those are the ones that are required to be used unless your income survey from a previous round was still valid. 18 months or the only valid period of time. And then we also have information to take you to the new HUD area-wide LMI data that was just released and it became effective August 1st. So we have a community that's going to potentially do a project that has area-wide benefit. They must use the area-wide benefit percentage from HUD. Be very cautious because a lot of communities, their LMI has gone down. And we actually have 3 communities in our queue right now that went below 51% LMI. So we have documentation in the file that they can continue forward, but some of the other ones, if you know of a community that used to be above 51%, they may no longer be 51% or above. So you have to check those numbers very carefully. And I have no control over those numbers. We also have income survey templates on our website, as well as public hearing information documents, templates, et cetera. So you don't know how to do it. We have them available to you. We have also certificates and forms that I'll get into in a bit. So who is eligible for the CDPI program. It is for non-entitlement Carolina. This green right here, the slide, is showing you who is not eligible. So they're entitlement communities. Those communities receive CDP money directly from HUD. So they can't come into the state program or whether it's ours or Department of Commerce is, they get this fund directly from HUD. We also cannot give, applicants cannot be water authority sewer districts. You have to work with your local governments. So in order, they have to be the applicants. Those districts and authorities to get some recipient of the application, not the main applicant. All right, area, project area. Like we said, talked about before lunch, project purpose. What is your project purpose? You identify your project purpose. We need to resolve failing infrastructure. We want to replace or have our infrastructure. That's your project purpose. Where is that occurring? Is that occurring within the street of your community, or is that replacement and repair happening in the water plant or your sewer plant? That determines your project area. Okay. And your project area must show document that project area is 51% or more LMI percent. So it's really important to identify your project purpose, the project area, determine whether or not you have to do the area-wide LMI or if you have to do it surveys. So we need clear delineation of where your project area is, as per project map. Make your project boundary map on your map very bold. We're just critiquing some maps that we meant for contractors. And the line is, we can't tell if the line is the sewer line or the water line. So make those boundary lines bold, make them big and fat. Also name your streets, roads, creeks, those identifiers. More information is also in Appendix A for that. So LMI eligibility, this gets you into the door. Cannot show eligibility. That is why Jennifer was walking you through the online application. She said for our program, you have to put your LMI percentage, how you determine that. If you cannot get, if it's not 51%, the system's not going to allow you in. And if you get in, some our reviewers verify all your documentation. If at any point during our evaluation of your LMI documentation, you fall below 51%, such as if there's something not wrong, you don't provide documentation, you will fall below 51%, something else. That's how important LMI is to our program. So again, I can't stress this enough. Use the new data. If you come in with old area-wide data, you're immediately qualified. I'm not going to pull up your new. Got to use the new. Income surveys, there's 4 methods. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail at the same time. Our Appendix A goes into a lot of detail on those 4 methods and how to do your income survey. Just one thing to note before I jump on, the LMI for CDBG, the whole definition and process is completely separate from the disadvantaged community definition of the rest of our program. They're not the same. They look at that list of project interest indicators for the community. We look at income per household, person, etc. So do not confuse the two. This is data, again, just more information on, project purpose, like I said, doing wastewater plant work, sewer plant work, those major infrastructures that benefit the entire community, they vary wide. One thing when you get into our guidance, under every project purpose, we specify how you determine LMI eligibility. If you're going to do this type of project, this is what you need. During this type of project, you're connecting private homes to the water line that runs across the street. That is income survey, not very wide survey. I think we've talked about it this morning. If not, don't round your LMI percent. Take it out to decimal point. That is very important. Census tract and block data. The only thing I'll say about this is HUD is very clear that if your project is going to serve a census block, a census tract area, it must, your area project area map boundaries must match up completely with those census block and tract. You can't just say, I'm gonna use the census block data because I think my 51%. My project in the southwest corner is not gonna benefit the rest. That's not allowed.
Can we pause momentarily?
Yeah.
I'm going to try to fix this down because I'm sorry we're having it, but it is what it is. Let me
Yeah.
try to fix it real quick.
Just seeing. Yeah. You have to, just like testing. Do you think it's on this computer? Okay, we'll just wait.
Well, wait, hold on. Well, I am looking for something. Nope. Computer. What's on? So apparently I'm clear.
Let me. Here. I'll stand by the laptop.
Now, do you remember? Sound. It's not. Let me see, hold on. Just-
Right. Volume control.
This is why I don't like doing this. Nope, it's connected. It's your
Input.
input's to Jabra.
Is the Jabber charged to me?
Yeah, it's charged.
That's all I got.
Is that on your computer's own by the? Like even when I pick up my headphones.
All right,
Let me just,
yeah. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
It's frustrating. I'm so sorry.
At least we got some Friday.
It's okay.
It's Friday.
All right, let's try it again. See if that works.
All right, I'm now standing by the laptop, so hopefully you guys can hear me. We're gonna keep going. LMI documentation. So on your screen, on your slide, you will see this list. It's not all comprehensive. I'd be here all day if I was comprehensive on the topic, but both electronic and hard copy, like you heard this morning, CBG is the only program in our division that requires 2 applications. The applications are the same thing. One needs to come in electronic through the portal that Jennifer walked you through this morning. Then we need a hard copy arriving at our Raleigh office on the same deadline date, same time, with the same information that you uploaded to the portal. They cannot be different information. Within that, we need methodology. How did you determine your LMI? Did you just do area-wide? If so, you provide us the documentation. If you had to do income surveys, tell us how you did it. What methods did you use? We need your project area map. That map is very detailed, especially when you do income surveys. And not gonna talk about that in detail. Look at Appendix A. They'll tell you exactly how that map needs to look for us. Like I mentioned, you need your area-wide data if that's what you're using. Income surveys, we need copies of every income survey back and front. It's a 2-pager. Do not give us a 1-page. It's got to be 2 pages. They have to be complete and signed and dated. Non-responses, those are the homes that do not respond to your inquiry. You have to mark them and provide us that. Vacant properties and units, housing units, again, you got to provide us that information. We have a tabulation summary sheet on our website. I tweaked it a little bit, made some clarification changes in July, pulled down the new one, like Jennifer said. Disregard everything you saw in spring and just pull down new stuff for our program. Again, please look at our Appendix A as well as our program guidance for more information. Common errors we're still seeing on income surveys is the overall documentation. We're still not seeing the methodology. We need to know when staff reviewers are looking at applications and they're seeing an application that's clearly a door-to-door application, but there might be some stuff in there because you followed up by a phone. We need that methodology to understand what we're looking at. Like I mentioned, both sides of the application or survey, outdated surveys. Again, surveys are only good for 18 months from the date of application. So we have a few communities that were not successful in the spring round. So they may come back in this fall. So if they're using old income surveys, they gotta make sure that the dates of those surveys are still valid, 18 months within, application date. Or we're not seeing surveys. We're seeing them on the tabulation sheet, but we're not seeing copies of those surveys. Survey forms, the wrong income limits are being used still. If you are a town, you use the county that your town is located in. HUD does not go down to the town level for income limits. They use the county level. So please pull down the right county. It's the 2024 income limit from HUD. Let's see, gonna skip a couple. The tabulation summary sheet, that is a tool to help you summarize and make sure that your documentation from your surveys is done properly, that you're, at the end of the day, you have it at 51%, you know the demographics of those 51%, because that's all information you need to share with us. Again, the map sometimes is coming in incomplete. I have a lot of red text. That's one thing about our program. Anytime you pull down one of our documents and you see red text, that is new information or clarification information. We do that every time we open up one of our documents. It tells you what's changed since the last time we updated it. Come next year, we'll open those up, make it all black, and do any red text that's new at that time. So again, it's really important you guys pull down the most current documents on our website. Just additional information on surveying, start early. I can't stress this enough. It's going to take time. Even if you're just doing like 20 or 30 surveys, you have to talk to these people to get their information. So build in time for that. Engage your community. The best result is an informed public. So if you haven't already started doing so for any of our programs, is communicate with your citizens what you're attempting to do, what you are trying to do. You're applying to the division for funding. Why? Why is there input needed? You need to convey that as many ways as you can, especially when you're going door to door and asking for that personal information. That personal information is confidential. So if they're questioning about giving you their information, tell them it's confidential. The only people that see it are the individuals that are calculating that for the application, as well as my staff that reviews it, and for HUD and Commerce that are our lead agency. But if it's a public record request, we had 2 of those last week, I stripped that information out. No one sees that outside of who needs to see it. So please convey that to your citizens. Again, we have English and Spanish templates on our website for surveys and instructions. If you need another language, please do so. I live in Catawba County. Hmong is prevalent. So everything that goes out the door is English and Hmong in that county. Utilize community leaders. We were in Nashville last week. One of our consultants said that he goes out with public works gentlemen because the truck is labeled, clearly labeled what it is. It's not some private citizen rolling up in their Pinto asking questions. So please use those leaders in your community. All right, some limitations to our program. We can only do residential areas only. If you're asked for infrastructure money for economic development, Main Street, any of those things that are not residential focused, go to the Department of Commerce. They have the ability to fund those types of projects from CDBG. We are restricted to the residential areas only. With that, we also are restricted with floodway. There's only certain things you can do in the floodway based on federal regulations. So in essence, no new construction. We can't repair and replace existing manholes in the floodway. No ground disturbance. So, but we can do work in the floodplain, completely different. So if you're doing a floodplain, if you're figuring out where the lines are potentially, and you're like, oh, this is the floodplain. But I remember Colleen saying we can do stuff in the floodplain. We just will have to do additional environmental work if we get funded. And we have some information on our website to walk you through that when you get to that point. But we will need a floodplain map because of this requirement. This slide, it used to be, we're the only program in our division that would fund those private laterals, the work on private property. That's no longer the case, but this slide's still in here that we can do a hookup grant where, maybe 15 homes in a section of your community that need to get off their well or they're septic because they're failing, they're contaminated. you have existing public systems within the area. You just need to connect those homes. We can do that. Those homes have to be rented or occupied by low to moderate income. And there's just additional paperwork involved in that. Project description. We are very particular about our project description. We need to know the major components of what you're going to do and where. There's some examples on the screen of what we need. You got to tell us the street name of where you're going to put the linear footage of water lines or replace them. We don't backfill rock. That stuff's incidental. We need it in the budget, but we don't need you to discuss that within your narrative. Here's another example of if you're, I call it going off-roading. You're clearly going outside the right of way. You're going across the field potentially. I'm not asking for a legal description. I just need to know where this work is going. So if our head rep or my lead agency, Department of Commerce, asks me where's this work happening, I can point them exactly where it's happening. That's why we need detailed maps as well. Just one thing about this is also be very mindful when you're putting together your project and your budget. Be very mindful of DOT right of way as well as railroad crossings. In the mountain communities, I know rock is a huge issue, so please budget for that accordingly. That leads into Build America, Buy America. This applies to our community projects. So you guys are the lucky ones to have two requirements under this. HUD has rolled out a phase process. Our 23 funding round, which we awarded in February and July, they just have to deal with iron and steel. You, if you're an applicant, will have to do iron and steel and specifically listed construction materials. Next year will be everything for everybody coming forward. So be mindful of that, again, when you're mapping out your project, mapping out your budget, to account for those. It's one of the reasons I went to the authority almost 2 years ago and said, I need to go from 2 million to 3 million because we need more money with these things coming down the line. They were very generous and they approved that request. So multiple applications. This comes into play when we have a very, very, very competitive round. I tell people if you're going to apply for a drinking water project for your community as well as a wastewater project, you can do so. I always caution people if they do so, you're competing against yourself and everyone else because we can only fund one. If one scored really high above the funding line, you can't switch it with the one that fell below the funding line. We did have a previous 2 rounds ago, we had not very competitive. And so the authority awarded 2 grants to one community. That's not common. So don't expect that to happen every single time I go to the authority, that you will easily get 2 grants because it's happened before. Those are rare occasions when we had a very low turnout with applications, but we had a ton of money and we had to spend it. So just be mindful of that. These next few slides are federal conditions. We used to have a question on our funding application about, will you accept federal conditions? And for CBG, these are the federal conditions, besides the LMI, is that we require a public hearing before you apply to our program. So that's one thing you got to put on your docket for your local government before September or October, whatever the date is. I can't remember. It used to be the end of the September. I think is it still in September 30th? I think it's still September 30th. So you need to make sure you get this on the docket. Because of that, we used to have adopted minutes required. It's certified, so those draft. We just want a draft copy. If you awarded a grant, we'll provide us the adopted minutes. We have 5 compliance statements and certificates. Again, these are on our website under I need funding, additional resources for CBG. Excuse me. You pull them down, have them signed and dated. Dating, please, I'll stress this again. We've seen them come in just signed and not dated. We have to throw them out because we don't know. They have to be current. We have 3 HUD required forms. We have an appendix C that talks you through how to fill that form out, those forms out. We need those in your application. Stamp.gov. I can't remember if it was discussed this morning, but every local government, city, county must be registered in SAM.gov with an active, with no exclusion, registration. Exclusion means that you can't, you're barred from having federal funds given to you. So you're no exclusion. You need to provide us proof, not just your number at the top of your application, but you gotta put in our application, and I think everybody else's now. There's a way that you can do a PDF, form, print it out and stick it behind it. It shows us, you know, the town of small bill, gives us your, unique identifier number and registration, et cetera. That's what we need. We also need an applicant capacity letter. This is simple. It needs to go on letterhead though. It just tells us if you are awarded a grant, federal grant, how are you going to manage it? Are you going to have the capacity to do it with current staff in-house? We do have a couple communities that do that. They're big enough and they have the ability to manage and do engineering for that project. They don't have to hire out. But if you're 99% of our communities, they have to procure out for those types of services. You just tell us that. Don't tell us the name of the firm unless you have procured that firm before you put in your application.
Council government.
You don't have to, the local government does not have to procure a cog, so that's fine. But if the local government is unsure whether or not they want to go with the cog or a private consultant, then they best off just saying we'll procure for third party. Yes. This is, the next one is the audit. This is critical. We require all our applicants to be current with their fiscal audit. And you must provide us proof of that. So for this funding round is fiscal 23, which should be easy to do. I say easy, but I know there's a few out there that are not having currently things in. We need to provide us that documentation. We cannot fund you if you do not have your current audits in place. One of the, if you paid attention to our spring round, we had a town that scored very well in the 60s, could have easily gotten $3 million, but they were 2 audits behind. So they were deemed incomplete and ineligible. This is a requirement because it's UCSR 200. And so we don't just look at it at application time. I every year have to look at audits. And if you're behind on audits, if you're a current grantee, I have to freeze your funds until you come back into compliance. So it's very, we take this very seriously. We actually had a community that was 2 years behind. There was no way of catching up. At least they did a little bit of work, but they turned back $1 million because they didn't know when they were going to get current in their audit. So it's very important. I already talked about this, the floodplain map. Again, on that map, tell us where your project area is and where is your work that you're proposing, so we can see visually that you're staying out of the floodway. And okay, you're going to be in the floodplain. That's great. We'll just flag you if you get funded. That when your environmental comes in, that you've taken care of that. All right. This slide, I'm not going to go into a lot of details to save time, but please be aware. Public hearings is 10/25. We check those dates. My reviewers, they go straight to it, and if you mess up your public hearing, you're incomplete. So it's very, very important. Please make sure before you hit submit on your digital application, you have done your quality check to make sure that everything is there. You cannot hit submit and go, oh, I forgot this, and make it incomplete and think that you can just put it in a hard copy. I don't look at hard copies. The hard copies are for HUD and Department of Commerce. That's their requirement, not my requirement or division requirement. So we don't go hunting and pulling things from everywhere. So very, very please make sure your applications are complete. Again, I mentioned this already, the forms are not filled out correctly, signed and dated. The dated is a big issue. So if you hand something to somebody to sign, double check if they dated it. The big one also is project description and project areas do not match. If you convey to your citizen in a public hearing what you're planning to do and where you're doing it, but you in the applications you tell us completely different information, you're incomplete. Because we don't know what you want you're doing. Again, if you're missing any compliance documents, stay complete. All right, for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to quick through. You've been awarded a CDBG project. You successful applicants will get notified within 10 days of the authority meeting. You get an award letter from me. It might list out some of the conditions that for the due date. But ultimately, everyone gets put on a 3.5-year cycle window to get their project from funded to completion. During that time, we have 3 mandatory trainings: procurement, compliance, environmental. Compliance full day, environmental half a day, procurement's a couple hours. Procurement is done virtually. The other 2 are in person. We love this building, so we come back to this building lately. We also do a mandatory startup meeting with the project team. So once you get your administrators, your project engineers, your local staff, we have that meeting. I'm not going to go into this slide or the next slide, but if you talk to a local government, they're like, okay, the structural conditions, what do we have to do during the life of the project to be in compliance? This is your big list. This one and the next slide. Like I said, I've already pointed out some of them. Financial management, that's my baby right now. You got to be in compliance. And all these other ones that I'm not going to take time to discuss. But if you want more information, you can always call me or my staff, and we can walk you through the weeds on these things and what they will contain. But yes, I'm going to this up here again because I want you guys to be aware. CDBG requires an electronic application and a hard copy. Can't stress that enough. And they both have to be complete. Like Stephanie or Jennifer said this morning, my hard copies and the original signatures were appropriate. Your income surveys, I don't need original signatures on those. I just need copies of those. But those forms, the application, original signatures on the hard copy, digital signatures on your submission upload. Ideally, the hard copy comes in a 3-ring binder. It's easier to handle. Again, hard copy applications are due in the Raleigh office. Arch Sale Building 84. Jennifer said on Wednesday that she will be here, but she won't be here at 5:05 or 5:01. So plan accordingly. This is the only time I'll tell you FedEx and UPS your application to our building. Don't UPS FedEx it to the mail service center address. Send it to the building, to water infrastructure. And please, look at our program guidance, priority rating system, all our appendices, resources on our website. We've worked really hard to make sure that people had those resources, so they knew what we expect. Any questions? Question? We have that. Ideally, you don't wait. The question was if there was going to be a specified delivery person at the Art Sale building on application due date. Do not wait until 4:30, 4:35, 5 o'clock. I have not looked at my staff schedule on that day to see who will be there. If you're going to hand deliver an application, call my staff and see if somebody will be there to pick it up. Yes, the security guard downstairs, he keeps odd hours. Sometimes he's there at 5, sometimes he's not. So when you're coming in, just make contact with staff. I prefer you make contact with staff a couple days before if you know you're going to be driving it in, so they know that you're coming. Don't wait until the last minute and call and expect someone to be there.
The LMI. Population. 1%.
That purpose, so the question is, there's a project purpose in the CDBGI program that is, I think it's F2. It is, those are what we call connection only or hookup grants. That means we're only giving funding to a local government to connect private property homes to the public system that's out in the street. You're getting them off their contaminated wells or their failing septic systems So we're only giving out funding for those low to moderate income occupied houses. So your LMI for that type of project is 100%. That's the only time you should have 100%. Well, typically. All right. Then without any more questions, I'll hand it off to, I believe, Matthew.
Is there a camera I'm looking at?
No.
All right, this is gonna be interesting. Okay. That's fine. Good afternoon, y'all. Matthew Rushing, the AIA and MRF Program Manager under the Viable Utilities Unit. Can everyone hear me okay? Am I projecting well enough? So I'm going to talk briefly, as we have for the last few years. Speak into the laptop. Thank you. Okay. Turn your back. All right. I'm just kidding. All right. So I'm closer to the laptop now. Thanks, Monica. So I'm going to talk briefly about the Viable Utility Program. Great. As we have for the last few years, we don't have much Viable Utility Reserve funding this round. As you heard earlier, there's $6 million in construction funding available. Again, 100% grant funding. So that is the main focus of this little deep primer here that we'll have today. But obviously, repetition breeds familiarity. And so I want to continue making sure everyone's aware that the state does have a statewide water and wastewater master plan. It was one of the basis, kind of the initiation of the Viable Utility Unit and the reserve that we get to manage. Obviously, viable systems, there's the definition in the master plan. The goal there being that it provides that reliable service now and into the future, is self-funded as much as possible at a rate that is affordable to the customers. The Session Law 2020-79, signed into law in July of 2020, established the Viable Utility Reserve and set up all of the parameters that allow us to fund distressed systems projects. And online, that's, in air quotes. The statute does have distressed as the means of kind of that designation, that label, but definitely want to clarify that distress does not always mean non-viable, and that viable does not mean not distressed. The distress designations in the statute, we are a viable utility program. All systems need to be viable, regardless of that distress designation. So whether you are designated formally as distressed or not, the goal of the VU program is to foster that viability of your utility and fund as much as we can the means for either complying with the viable utility requirements as a distress system, or as the 159G statute states, to get ahead of and try to mitigate potential future distress designation. So as you see at the bottom, the Viable Utility Reserve, there was an initial $9 million of non-recurring funding. Last year, in the short session, we received an additional $10 million with $0 in this year's budget. So that's why we only have $6 million available for construction projects out of the VUR. So here is the definition in the master plan of a distressed unit. Again, want to make clear that just because you are designated as distressed does not mean you are not viable. But viability is what all systems utilities need to strive for. Distressed units, those who have been formally designated, are the ones who are directly being targeted here by this program. So again, the Viable Utility Program objectives, we want to make sure that we assist distressed utilities across the board, whether it's direct project funding or through connecting you with our various resource partners that we have around the state, across all levels of your utility. We have leading municipalities, councils of government, Environmental Finance Center at UNC School of Government, as well as probably more familiar, NC Rural Water Association, SERCAP, Southeast Regional Community Assistance Program, as well as a few other groups who, again, throughout this coalition, this consortium of technical assistance and resource partners, hopefully we'll be able to connect you with how to meet your needs to become and promote that viability. So this year in the Viable Utility Unit, we've gone through recently our 4th assessment of distressed systems. We look at all local government units that are effectively water or sewer systems, so public water and sewer systems across the state. I think this year the number fluctuates a bit, but there was 491. So we were just shy of 500, where in past years we've been in excess. But that's just because charters come and go, folks merge. And so we're looking typically though at about 500 systems, and 144 had been designated prior to this year's of designations. Yes, we can say now because the Local Government Commission met on Tuesday, but there are 7 additional systems that were designated as distressed. So we're up to 151, and that includes a bit of the plus minuses of a few mergers that have happened recently. So we have gotten through this assessment process. Again, 151 distressed systems have been formally designated. And we are currently awaiting those folks who were identified this first year to submit their resolution and their letter requesting designation by the September 24th SWIA meeting, so that that designation can occur prior to this fall application deadline. So if you received one of those letters and you want to pursue that designation path, please make sure you get your letter and resolution accepting and requesting rather that distress designation by September. Early September would be ideal, so we can get it on the agenda for that September 24th meeting. Yes, question in the room.
I'm going to repeat your question asked earlier, see if you have the same answer, which is the newly designated system obviously has not had the time to do the education. But the education requirement appears to apply retroactively to last month.
I see. So
you want to repeat the question?
yes, so great question, Vince, as always. So the question was, so for Viable Utility Reserve construction funding, the eligibility hinges partly on whether the LGU is up to date on their bump training, the basic utility management practice training, which is a requirement of all distress systems. Given the first year designation will not have occurred until after that training that we're doing in the first few weeks of September. I can't say we have gone through that exercise yet, but I would say that you will not be disqualified from VUR construction funding because of the timing of that designation. Now, upon designation, and if you do receive the VUR construction funds, you will be held to a schedule to comply, whether within the spring timeframe when we'll have our next bump training after the September, or even perhaps by that next September's bump training. We'll certainly discuss with SWIA to see what they want to do, what their preference is. But yes, if you're a first year designee and you request VUR funding and have not gone through the bump training yet, you will not be excluded from that potentiality to be awarded VUR construction funds. You'll just be put on a schedule to make sure that you comply. Great question. I'm glad I met the answer from earlier when I was not here. So here is the Viable Utility Program LGU assessment criteria. There are 18 now. There are 18 criteria down from 20. SWIA authorized we removed 2 that were not reliable due to lack of sufficient data. But you can see all the different criterion, the type, whether they're statutory, infrastructure, organizational, or on the next screen, you can see financial, which again, this is a joint venture between the State Water Infrastructure Authority as well as the local government commission. So both parties have their pieces to maintain. Here you can see in the third column, or I guess the fourth column, the points and weights of each of those criterion. And then, of course, the source data. Again, mentioned all the partners we have. This is a big piece of that partnership with our technical assistance and resource partners across North Carolina. Every system that I mentioned, of those approximately 500, gets assessed on all 18 criteria, regardless of if data is there or not. And so if you are curious of your own score and not a distress system, please reach out to us. But of course, every designated system gets their scorecard, and we're happy to reproduce that and share that with you upon request. So that is, the previous slides were the criterion that are the basis of the assessment score, the threshold being 8 points total for a single utility. So if you have water, with drinking water or wastewater, and then 9 points if you have both utilities. And then here is the categories under which the designations occur. So D1 is an LGU that has been taken, whose fiscal control has been taken over by the local government commission. D2, which the LGC has the purview to invoke year to year, is whether the LGU has missed the last 2 consecutive years of audits. 2 years ago, the LGC did not invoke the D2 category. This year they did. So it all kind of, they go through that assessment, and you can certainly look at their website to see which systems have and have not passed through that gateway. And then D3 is the core of the groups of the folks who are designated as distressed, again, based on the score, purely based on the score, 9 for both, 8 for single. And then D4, other information. If there's a situation out there that is not captured through the assessment criteria, SWIA and local government commission are certainly open to hearing that argument being made for our system. We score low in the assessment, but we know that we are truly a distressed LGU to get those benefits of $15 million in DUR funds over the life of the distress system. We've had 2 requests. One was successful, one was not. The successful request was because they effectively had gone through their asset inventory assessment. They did a very holistic financial analysis to determine that by year 5, by year 10, their water and sewer combined bills were going to be in excess of $200 to $300. And so that obviously is not viable, that is not sustainable. So that was effectively the basis of that D4 designation. The other system that made this request and did not become designated had not gone through that at that time. So that gives you some idea of the basis of the D4, but please, if you're interested, curious, reach out to the Raleigh utility staff, and we can certainly help you put that case together. So here, these next 2 slides kind of show side by side what the statutory requirements are for distressed systems upon designation, and then the resources and funding that's available through the drinking water infrastructure, through the Division of Water Infrastructure. So at the top, the first piece that all distressed systems must complete is the asset inventory and assessment and rate study. The State Water Infrastructure Authority and Local Government Commission recently approved the minimum criteria for these 2 grants. We will be finalizing our rate study guidance document here over the next month. And the AIA, the Asset Inventory and Assessment, those requirements, those minimum criteria have been established for a while now, but they're formalized, and we will be updating our documents accordingly to make sure that folks who are pursuing those grants are able to meet SWIA and local government commission's needs. And I said the first thing is the AIA rate study, but really those should occur in tandem with the participating in the training and educational modules and programs that we have. As I mentioned, that's the basic utility management practices, bump training. Our next few coming up are the first 3 weeks of September, I believe the 3rd, the 10th, and the 18th. Yes, it says it out there on the side of the slide. I can't really see. So the 3rd, 10th, and 18th will be hitting, we'll say 3 corners of the state. There are many corners in North Carolina. We know we can't reach everyone, but it's all about trying to have that connectivity, getting as close to where the need is. And then around those dates, so the 2nd and the 4th, the 9th and the 11th, and similarly for the Greenville, September 18th, we are requesting that if you are signing up for this, please let us know if you want a site visit from the Bible Utility staff, and we can help work with you to develop your short-term action plan at that time, or just to address any general distress system needs that you have, whether for construction funding, planning, maybe setting up potentials for merger and regionalization opportunities. Again, we are here to connect you with those resources to help you meet your viability needs. Yes.
Last mention that Henson one is actually now payable. I think that was confirmed actually.
Thank you. Thank you. So Jen was clarifying that September 3rd training is actually available. It is not in Kinston. Our website should be updated, but if not, please reach out to us and we will make sure you're connected. And that in-person training is free. You just have to get yourself there, and then everything else will be provided except for lunch, because we can't pay for lunch. But then also through the League of Municipalities website, there is on-demand training, $72 per tax. And if you have a training grant and there's still funding available in that, you can use the League of Municipalities website training modules to use up the rest of those funds to build that educational piece of your utility. Lastly, on this slide, the short-term action plan. That's kind of where really the rubber starts meeting the road. You've done your asset inventory assessment. Hopefully, you've performed your rate study, or at least have a plan to. And so the short-term action plan really sets up those core pieces that you need to position yourself for that long-term planning, which is discussed on this next slide here. So one of the statute requirements for all distress systems is to develop an action plan that consists verbatim, those 4 points there that you see in the slide. We have broken it out into a short-term and a long-term action plan piece, understanding that especially with the amount of ARPA construction funding that is out there right now, a lot of systems are focused on that, rightfully so. And so the short-term and long-term action plan really allow you first to capture what you need and how you're meeting your distress system requirements that the statute requires and that we can directly fund. And then next, for that long-term piece, it really is setting you up in a master plan type method, or is what we're calling a long-term viability plan, to provide that continuing education, make sure that that is self-funded, and that you have a plan to get new staff to come to the trainings or attend the League of Municipalities on demand webinars. Next, that long-term financial management, again, going back to that reliable water and wastewater service. That is guidance that we are certainly developing right now that we've gotten over the hurdle of what the local government commission and SWIA want to see in the rate study pieces. And so that long-term financial management plan really is where the capital improvement plan, that revenue and cost analyses come into play, to make sure that effectively at the end of the day, you're getting down to that long-term financial management to ensure sufficient revenues for O&M, personnel, maintenance, and reinvestment. We often hear, well, the goal of the master plan, the statewide water wastewater master plan, is to try to guide folks on how to reduce the dependency on grant funding, yet we have only grant funding in the Bible Utility Reserve. So the only way that we're going to use those VUR construction funds is really to make sure that it's for those projects that shouldn't be self-funded, that can't be self-funded, because the nature of your system has changed so much that it really is beyond the scope of doing that capital improvement planning and meeting your own costs and your own needs through your own budgets. Again, getting a little ahead of myself, we're developing that long-term viability plan guidance as we speak. So please look forward to that by the end of this year. So I want to call out the 4 pieces of funding for projects that we can directly fund right now. The asset inventory assessment and rate study grants, merger regionalization feasibility study grants, both of which will be discussed a little bit later. Do want to call out that the MRF grant is required only for some distressed local government units, not all, but the AIA and rate study are certainly statutorily required for all distressed units. And the goal there being to develop an asset management plan. And by plan, we definitely want it to be more of a program and a process, not just a document that sits on a shelf and you refer to occasionally as that thing that we got funded, but we don't use. We definitely are trying to encourage and make sure that resource partners are aware that we have funded many AIAs across the state that have resulted in asset management plans, and then encouraging local government units to use that plan as a formal program and process for keeping the assets up to date within their life cycle costs. Sorry. And then lastly, the last 2 lines here, emergency operating grants. Those are for those D1 systems only. So those that have been taken over by the local government commission. Very small set of systems there. And then of course, construction project grants. As funding is available, we will make sure that those are available through the Viable Utility Reserve. Again, for this round, we have $6 million available. So the other statutory requirements, again, trying to just show them in a different flavor what the 2 previous slides with those 2 charts were showing. The short-term and long-term plan for infrastructure repair, maintenance, and management. We have been marginally successful in rolling out our status reports, but we're slimming those down at the moment so that we can, more of us in the utility unit can lead those and get more systems developing short-term action plans, but also so that we have a way to transition that into that long-term financial plan, that long-term viability plan. Again, we are developing that guidance through the end of this calendar year, and so that will be made available at the start of next year. So for all AIAs and MRFs, if funded, whether through the state reserve, which we'll talk about here in a second, or through the Viable Utility Reserve, here is the general project timeline. Effectively 2 years from the letter of intent to fund date is the completion. And then within that, you can see that we have 3 other milestones from the submittal of the preliminary scope, approval, and then that draft deliverable, final deliverable provided to the local government unit as well as to the division, so that we can make sure it remains eligible and that we can pay out the last bit of funds, but also to make sure that it is leading into those short-term action plans, long-term action plans, and overall meeting the distress system requirements for the distressed local government units. So it's a 2-year timeline. Obviously, with all of our programs, they are hard and fast to meet, but you can obviously accelerate them and get things to us at a quicker pace as you need. Construction project timeline, similar, pretty much identical to the rest of the division's construction projects. The only caveat here I want to point out is that number 2, the engineering report, there is the supplemental set of questions for distressed local government units, regardless of the funding source. So it may be an SRF loan, maybe a state reserve grant or loan. If you're distressed, you're still going to have these questions in the ER. And again, they are starting to get at how does this project meet your long-term viability plan? And all construction projects for division fund are required to be under construction within 2 years or by 2 years after that letter of intent. That is a statutory requirement. This slide shows all the formal and informal partnerships that we have across the state. I say all, that's wrong, only some of them. Many out that you see on the left side are directly funded by the Viable Utility Reserve. through AIA or MRF grants. And then the ones on the right in black really are kind of the historic partnerships that the division is part of, and whether they are already heard. And so you can learn from their own stories, or as with some, specifically Tuckasegee, Gastonia, Two Rivers, and McCainville, those are ongoing partnerships that are still in the process of merging and replanning. So we have a lot of coverage around the state, a lot of different types of partnerships, from true capacity sharing with just interconnections to true mergers to true, oh, we need to form a new entity. How do we do that? We can certainly help guide those discussions as you need. Last couple slides here in the Viable Utility Program, and then I'll be talking about the AIA and MRF program specifically. We have additional initiatives that we're working on across the state, and not just the state, but the region, as well as nationally. So Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap is a very large initiative that we're only part of, and feeding information in. But of course, through our normal operations as the Viable Utility Unit, we certainly have a lot of connectivity with where water and wastewater is not being provided on a local government level. Hometown Strong is part of the governor's office. They provide excellent grant writing support, and we've been working with them over the last couple of years about supporting those systems that we say are lost out in the wilderness and have never received division funding before, especially if they're distressed and have statutory requirements to do an AIA that they've never performed. Well, Hometown Strong has been a great resource to get that application prepared. A few other pilot programs, Highly Treated Wastewater Pilot through the UNC Collaboratory and the Environmental Science Center, as well as several other partners. The State Energy Office is developing a voluntary energy optimization training program. So we're really excited to see that come online here in the next few months. And then there are various mentorship and apprenticeship programs through NC One Water and NC Rural Water Association that can provide that true on-the-ground, localized operator training, a little bit of certification, but really kind of fostering that next generation of folks who are going to be managing the water and wastewater utilities across North Carolina. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is our RAPU partnership, resource agency partners for water and wastewater utilities. You can see all the colors and logos from most of the folks that we work directly with. Again, we see the Viable Utility Unit as being a hub of all those resources that your system needs in order to maintain and promote viability. We meet quarterly. Our next one's coming up in September. And we're certainly retooling that so it's more of a two-way street, information sharing, and then finding out where the stickiest of the stickiest situations are so that we can unstick it from all the angles that we know. So any questions about the Viable Utility Program? Again, it's you've been to our training before, nothing new there except the funding amounts that typically change from season to season. Any questions? Cool. All right, moving on to the asset inventory and assessment grants. So stepping back out of the Viable Utility Program, but obviously related. This round, we only have state reserve funding for asset inventory and assessment grants. So that means that there are statutory requirements, or rather limits, to what we can fund. For this fall round, we have our standard $10 million in state reserve program funding available, and that will be split between construction and planning. Typically, we receive more AIA requests in dollar amounts than we have funding, and SWIA has been a good partner, and they typically fund as many AIA projects as we can. Again, at that $150,000 limit per LGU utility. So if you have drinking water and wastewater, you can apply for both $150,000 for your drinking water and $150,000 for your wastewater utility. There's a statutorily required 1.5% fee on all that. It can be reimbursed, or it can be dispersed and rolled into the grant. But otherwise, it would be paid as cash prior to the commencement of us doling out disbursements for the project. And then if you're a non-distressed recipient, there is a match requirement on all AIAs funded out of the state reserve. It starts at 5% and goes up to 20% based on the number of local government unit indicators your LGU exceeds for the state benchmarks. And the limit for the SRP funded AIAs per a direction from SWIA is that we limit these to 10,000 or fewer active residential connections, and once every 3 years per utility. So if you have a question about your 3-year eligibility timeline, or if you are close to that 10,000 number, please reach out to us and we can help determine if you are eligible to apply for the AIA grant.
I did have a question.
Yes.
Sorry. So with regard to the AIA, so the fall it's 150, but if someone's in the program, would they be eligible for the 400 in the spring?
In theory, if we know we could have funding in the spring, then yes, but we do not. In those cases, and great question, in those cases, we are requesting that you submit that full cost application in excess of $150,000. And as funding is made available in the spring, we will reconsider that application to shore up the gap in funding if we only fund part of that application. We went through that this past spring, with a couple applications from the fall that requested in excess of the $150,000 that we could offer. And so we reconsidered them. SWIA awarded the difference in their request. And so now those projects are fully funded. So request as much as you think you need to complete, especially for distress system, to help complete your statutory AIA and rate study requirement. And then if funding is available in the next funding round, we will certainly reconsider it to shore up that funding gap.
So to follow up to that, so if I have a town that you just said that they can apply for two different, if they have an issue with their wastewater, which is, in my opinion, the more severe issue that the town I'm working with has, but I can also simultaneously apply for an AIA for their drinking water. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
So I can apply for two different $150,000 grants this session.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yep. Just to reiterate, the $150,000 limit is per AIA, and that is per utility. So if you have both drinking water and wastewater utilities in your local government, then you can apply for both at $150,000. Thank you for that question. So the eligible activities effectively cover pretty much all pieces of an asset management plan. Of course, inventorying and assessing are the two pieces that must be included in every AIA grant, but it's understood that those only get you so far in that programmatic planning practices approach. So we certainly want you to do some GIS location, develop that bona fide accurate mapping for your system, perform that risk analysis to determine critical components. Certainly the assessment piece is that risk-based condition assessment, but then also taking that next step and determining those capital and O&M costs, rehab replacement for the capital, as well as those potential, not necessarily economic development focused expansions, but adding new customers for potential areas that are currently unserved, or to increase your own customer base. Creating that prioritized list of projects and a capital improvement plan, and then conducting a rate study. All those pieces are eligible under the AIA program. Again, with the caveat that the AIA must include inventory and condition assessment. And then for distress systems, all those pieces that are eligible for the standard AIA are required for all distress systems. We know that $150,000 probably doesn't even get halfway down this list in most cases, and that's fine. But we know also that many systems have received AIA funding prior to being designated distress. And so we certainly would want that next AIA, if you're applying for this fall, to cover what remains to be compliant and to check that requirement as a distress system law. Again, a new AIA, if you are distressed and it is sufficient to meet the minimum criteria that SWEA and the local government commission just approved, you don't have to do a new one, but certainly, we encourage you to always beef up what you've done in the past because your situation's likely changed in those last 5 years. And then lastly, we do have a water and wastewater utility asset assessment guidance on our website. It is required for all division-funded AIA grants, and certainly covers all of these pieces, probably short of the conducting a rate study and preparing that capital improvement plan. So the top 5 bullets are effectively covered in that water and wastewater asset assessment guidance document. So please follow that. It's on our website. We will be updating it, as I mentioned before, based on the recent approval of the minimum criteria for distress systems, AIAs, and rate studies. So for application components for the AIA grant application, all the standard pieces that the rest of our funding programs require. Certainly want to call out that the financial information form is not required for completeness of the application, but if you want to receive the maximum potential points in your application, you must submit that because it is one of the scoring pieces. And then the other difference is that the narrative question responses, instead of being like the construction projects where you check a box on the priority rating system scorecard, and then you provide the supporting documentation that meets the guidance document's needs. Here is very much a call and response narrative-based approach, where the supporting document supports the narrative that's responding to each question in the application. This is the priority rating system for asset inventory and assessment grants. It has not changed in a few years, so I will not go over this directly, but if you have any questions, please reach out as always. Here, though, the next 4 slides talk about what the narrative entails. There are 3 different categories: project benefits, system management, and affordability. There are 8 questions within those categories and 4 calculations items that you must document and show. And we please ask that you respond to each question in a standalone fashion, but you kind of weave the narrative, you pull that thread across all the different questions. So you list your top 3 challenges, your past asset management efforts, and your distress system status in category 1, responding to those questions. And then in category 2, you talk about how that asset management team is going to support addressing those challenges and will continue and perpetuate those past asset management efforts, how that data will be used to maintain that viability or to maintain that plan, how the data will be managed, and then the operating ratio being one of those calculations. Again, that's dependent on the financial information form. So if you do not submit your financial information form, we cannot calculate your operating ratio. We will still score your application and will still be considered with the rest, but we must have that financial information form to do that OR calculation. And then lastly, on the affordability standard for all of our programs, we look at your water and sewer rates on that effective combined basis, and then the local government unit indicators, which are listed on our website under the affordability calculator. Now, one unique piece, saw a question up at the top or something. So the question was for the AIA water and sewer rates, are they calculated in that effective combined manner as with the rest of our programs? And yes, they are. We use the Equivalent factors, roughly 40% of the combined, when LDUs have both water and sewer, effectively 40% of those bills are for water and 60% are for sewer. And so we use those same conversion factors to determine that equivalency rate. So great question. Thank you. And again, for those water and sewer rates, make sure you provide your water rate, your sewer rate schedule that was most recently adopted. Yes, the one caveat that I wanted to mention before the question was that you do not have to submit the priority rating system scorecard. All of these responses are based on fairly somewhat subjective nature in comparison from application to application. But within each category, we have suggestions, scoring rationales for what to expect if you answer a question a certain way. So you don't have to submit the priority rating system scorecard. So this sheet here, we know what it is, we know the max, we know the minimum. And then you also do not have to submit that affordability calculator that's required for construction projects. You don't have to submit those two. If I know on our Laserfish portal, there is a required blank for the affordability calculator. You can just upload a blank PDF that has an A on it, and we know because it's for an AIA that that piece was not applicable. The category one, mentioned this briefly, but we want you to discuss those top 3 challenges your system faces in the next 5 years. It's not a change since the beginning of the AIA program. We've just further refined what we want to see and tried to provide as much guidance as we can to maximize those points without telling you explicitly for the 500, 600 different situations there are out there, what exactly we need to maximize those scores. It very much is narrative driven, as I said. So the best applications have that constant thread being pulled through it of how the AIA grant will address the challenges, what challenges will be addressed, and then what are those benefits to the local government unit for having that information. Category 2, system management. We certainly want to see these 6 pieces in your asset management team discussion. We want to see your discussion of your rate setting practices, what you have done, the basis for rate setting as well. And we certainly want to know if you're using an adopted capital improvement plan that is informed by an asset management plan. We don't want to see just a list of projects that are a wish list. We want to see something that was developed through previous investigations. And then for the team itself, we need to see not only how the asset management team will be constructed and who is going to be on the team, but also what will their duties be as far as using and managing the data to address the system challenges. If one of your challenges is not knowing where valves are, well, hopefully your project entails developing a GIS system, and then you need to discuss how your asset management team or partners, if you can't do it on your own, will be using and managing that data to keep it updated and accurate and usable at the end of the day. And then lastly, in system management, that calculation of the last 3 years operating ratio, again, based on your financial information form. So when I say again, financial form is not required to be submitted, but if you want to maximize your points, you should submit it.
Question about the AMP and CIP, Matt.
Yes.
So let's say I have a municipality and their AMP and their capital improvement plan is not really well developed. It's somewhat high level, but it doesn't really get them to where they need to go. Should I put something in the AIA that it needs to be redone or it needs to be revised, or maybe that they should focus on the long-term viability plan that you all are working on guidance for?
If I assume everyone heard that question. So if it's an AMP that, say, didn't have the level of field investigations to truly get into a condition assessment, then state that explicitly in the application. We certainly want to know kind of where all the local government units applying their starting point is, and then how the AIA will help build out the other probably more detailed information that existing AMP does not contain. So hard to say what that might be just from an insufficient AMP. But again, I think field investigations are an easy way to shore up that gap. If there was no flow monitoring, say in a collection system that has a lot of SSOs, and really the AMP was around addressing SSOs and not necessarily the overall condition of the system, well then flow monitoring is certainly a method that should be performed and would be fundable through the AIA. So we want to see where that starting point is and then what the AIA grant will be funding in order to close that gap to meet the requirements of the AIA program. So certainly suggest going to, sorry, I'm scrolling back a bit. Certainly go to that at the bottom there, that water and wastewater utility asset assessment guidance. And that'll give you all the nuts and bolts of what we want to see, what we think is a proper asset inventory and assessment. And you can connect the dots between what they have and then what the guidance document says to develop that AIA project scope. So, great question. We often see that many folks will submit an AIA application saying we have an AMP, but we've never done this part of it before, whatever that part may be. Well, that is a perfect use and a desired use of our asset inventory and assessment grant. And then the last category, category 3, affordability, just a couple calculations there. Again, talking about the water and sewer rates, where we do use that same effective combined rate as we do across all of our programs. And we use the same LGU indicators, which are the population change, I'm going to struggle on this now that I'm speaking about it out loud. The population change, the percent unemployed, the poverty rate, the MHI, and then the total appraised value per capita. It's the same values across all of our programs. You can find it in the affordability calculator to get a sense of how many local government unit indicators your LGU exceeds for the state of Illinois. So when we fund, rather when SWIA awards funding for an AIA, we'll issue a letter of intent to fund that will have that milestone schedule in it that you saw in the previous slides. The first submittal will be that preliminary project scope, so we can see what exactly that project scope, budget, and timeline is for your project. And then we will have an approval milestone roughly 60 days after that. And then you'll have an executed grant agreement, and contracts need to be submitted to us so we can make sure that everything is under contract and all first payment checklist items, including the executed grant agreement, have been sent in to us. And then we can start dispersing funds on the project. And then you'll have roughly a year to go through to get us the deliverables and go through the closeout process to get that last bit of funding. Again, disbursements are made only on those incurred costs. So we do not operate on a, here's SWIA's awarded your funding, here's a $150,000 check, go use it wisely. It is very much once you incur costs via invoices, you submit those to us and then we approve those payments on those eligible costs. The AIA grant period is 2 years from that letter of intent to fund date. There is, again, that 1.5% fee, which is statutorily required for all AIA grants. And then again, the local match requirement for non-distressed local government units is increments of 5% from 5 to 20% based on the number of local government indicators. But we've waived that for distressed systems because in theory, if you receive this AIA through the viable utility reserve, there is no match requirement. And so we wanted to provide that consistency for the distressed systems. And then with all of our AIAs, up to 10% of the funding can be used for software or equipment that is directly related to the challenges and benefits discussed in the application. So if one of your challenges or your challenges for your AIA project in the application talk about your water treatment plant and treatment methods and the overall challenges of meeting permit limits. But then you say we want to purchase ground penetrating radar to find water leaks, but that's the only mention of how you're addressing water leaks. Well, that would not be an eligible cost because your AIA project is focused on your treatment plant and its treatment efficacy, whereas the ground penetrating radar is very much for capacity issues and water loss. Now, if you do have a lot of small lines that are galvanized, they're asbestos cement, and you show that you have high water loss, well, then ground penetrating radar is certainly a method to address that and find where those leaks are. And so that would be a proper use of that 10% little carve out for your project. Similar with GIS, if you need to know where things are and you're developing a GIS system, and that's properly discussed in your narrative, well, then 10% of that funding can be used to either develop a new GIS database or to update an existing database. Deliverable requirements for the AIA always have been an executive summary, meeting minutes, or resolution of whatever actions were taken, whether it is just thanks for the report, we are going to use it and move along, and that's documented in meeting minutes by the governing board, or if, say, a capital improvement plan comes out of that AIA grant, we certainly want that to be adopted via resolution as that path forward for the capital improvement costs. That final report, we don't necessarily dictate verbatim what that final report needs to look like. Again, we have that water and wastewater utility asset assessment guidance document that has a lot of tables, a lot of guidance on how to carry out an AIA project. But that final report just needs to be in a format that the local government unit can use, can rely on, and can maintain, whether on their own or through additional resources and support partners. And then those GIS layers, we don't need every GIS layer and file that shows where all the meters and valves and everything are. All we need at the end of the day is the layers to define that service area boundary of your utility and include the service gaps. We're using that as our piece to play into that Closing America's wastewater access gap, and the Division Water Resources kind of leading that effort in our department. Any questions about the AIA program, AIA grants? Gone through eligibilities, project timelines. Again, $150,000 per local government unit's utility every 3 years. And if you're curious about that 3-year threshold, we base it on the date SWIA awarded the previous AIA. So 3 years from that date, if there's, say there was an award in September of 2021, and it happened to have been, say, September 31st. Yeah, this year's SWIA meeting is September 24th, so you're still technically within that 3-year period. We can work with that, and you won't be ineligible. But if you have received a state reserve AIA in, say, February of 2022, well, you're certainly still within that 3-year period, so you would not be eligible. The last caveat on that is that ARPA did not affect any of those 3-year timelines. So if you did receive an ARPA AIA in 2022, then we are only looking at the SRP AIA funding that you received. Any final questions? Excellent. So we're going to hop over to the merger regionalization feasibility grant. Get to slides. This will have a lot of the same flavor as the AIA program. So merger regionalization feasibility study grants. This is to determine the feasibility of potential partnerships to improve economies of scale. We certainly like this to be very early stages in the MRF or the potential merger regionalization process to help identify what could be feasible for a merger or regionalizational activity. If you are already beyond that point and looking to figure out projects to facilitate that merger, well, you've already determined it's feasible. And so that will be, in our experience, harder to get through SWIA than someone who's just starting off, has a partner, they see some opportunities, and they want to investigate what some of those alternatives and options are. So certainly a high-level study that just allows folks to get in the same room, compare resources, and then get either consultant or a COG or someone who has kind of that hub mindset to facilitate and bring all the parties, again, just together in the same room to talk about what those options are moving forward. It is similar $50,000 limit per LGU's utility every 3 years. So again, drinking water and wastewater utilities, you can apply for both 50,000 on drinking water, 50,000 on the wastewater every 3 years. And similar, as I mentioned, with the whole ARPA timeline and the 3-year timeline, this is only on SRP funded merger regionalization feasibility studies. And there is a 1.5% fee. Again, that's statutorily required for all of our funding programs, but there's no match requirement for the MRF. So applying for the grant, paying the fee, then getting in the same room is really the threshold for carrying out an MRF project. 159G has a couple of definitions of merger and regionalization. You can see that it entails partial or complete consolidation, at least 2 utilities, and can span the organizational, financial, or operational / technical side of your systems, can entail all of it or just one of those. So again, very broad on the merger spectrum. And then similar with regionalization, talking physical interconnection is the main piece there, whether regional wastewater collection of the water supply or regional treatment for water or wastewater. Sharing operators and looking at the costs of economies of scale there are certainly a viable option for an MRF grant. Again, the goal here being to investigate and improve those economies of scale among both parties. For distress systems, this is not required for all distress systems, but at the same time, we understand that at any point as a distress system, you may hit that point of we need to do something other than what we're doing now. And so we certainly encourage you to apply for an MRF at any stage along your distress system journey through the statutory requirements to help look at what those new options may be. Again, this is a very high level focused grant. It may not get you the solution that you need, but it can at least identify 2, 3, or maybe more potential feasible routes forward for your eligibility. We certainly encourage any type of applicant and partner relationship as well. It's understood that there may be concern that a large system applying on behalf of a small system is going to dictate the partnership. But that's why we have our resource partners around the state. So COGs are great instruments to kind of be that intermediary, that facilitator for those types of projects. But we also don't want to discourage folks from having a partnership and understanding that, Greenville probably has more capacity than, say, Winterville. And so maybe Greenville is the proper partner there for the application, whereas really the application itself needs to address, in this totally random scenario, Winterville's situation and how the MRF can improve their economies of scale. So just let us know if you have any questions about who should be the applicant. We're not going to tell you who should be, but we can definitely try to gain that situation with you so that y'all are set up as best as possible. For distress systems, the MRF scopes must include these 4 items, at least 3 alternatives, plus a no action, which is kind of that continuing business as normal. They need to identify new options that were not addressed in a previous study, or build upon and advance those past efforts. So if a previous MRF has been awarded and funded, and it determined that there are 2 paths moving forward, well, certainly, let's investigate which of those paths is most feasible for both parties. Further, for distressed systems, must consider those reasons for being distressed and how merging or regionalizing will lead to viability and lead to maintaining viability of those systems. And specifically, should have taken this out for this round. SRP MRFs currently cannot look at decentralized alternatives, but we are working with SWIA to have these conversations, especially in these situations where we don't have viable utility reserve funding, but there is a viable decentralized path forward for local government unit that can only be funded through the SRP in this round. So if you're in that situation, please reach out to us so we can start having those conversations early on. But at least for distressed systems, if an MRF was funded through the viable utility reserve, it may include decentralized alternatives. The application components for the MRF, quite similar to the AIA program. Again, the financial information form is not required for completeness, but it is required for scoring. See a question, I'll get to that in a second. Similarly to the AIA, there's that narrative question responses where you answer the question in line with the guidance and then provide that supporting documentation. And then the additional piece, the unique piece for the MRF project application is to have that letter or letters from potential partners who are going to support the project. It has an acknowledgement of the commitment to participate in the project, but also it's non-binding so that no party feels that they are beholden to whatever recommendations or conclusions that come out of this stuff. All right, we'll go to the question. Yes. It does not. So the question was, so for the AIA grant application, eligibility hinges on the size of the local government unit applying, or of the utility that is being applied for. At 10,000 active residential connections. The merger regionalization feasibility study does not have that same threshold. So it can be any size system can apply for an MRF grant. So there's no size limit on MRF eligibility. Here's the priority rating system for the merger regionalization feasibility grant. It hasn't changed in a few years. And the next few slides go through the various categories. Tried to set it up in a similar fashion to the AIA. The AIA grant effectively awards good behavior, whereas here in the merger regionalization grant application, it flips it on its head. We want to see the most struggling, the system that needs to have the economy of scale benefit most. And so if you're smaller, if you're least capable, you're going to be ranked typically higher than a system who's applying, who is quite capable and is quite large and has the capacity to navigate these decisions on their own. So similar to the AIA, we got the project benefits, which discusses challenges, past efforts, as well as a few other pieces that we'll go through here in a sec. The system management, organizational size and capabilities. Again, the smallest, the least capable is what we need to be discussed in the narrative. That early statement of desired level of service and how that level of service is not being met, distress status and operating ratio. And then lastly, as with all the funding programs and identical to the AIA, those water and sewer rates and LGU indicators in category 3 for affordability. So here's the brief outline of category 1 and what these narrative questions look like. The top 3 challenges your system faces in the next 5 years and how the MRF will benefit those challenges. The challenges must directly relate to the benefits of the MRF. So the project needs to address those challenges. And then consider again those technical, organizational, and financial pieces of the local government unit that is being addressed there in the narrative. As with the AIA, discuss those steps that have already taken to either do an AMP for the AIA or to meet go through those statutory requirements of the distress system, especially if a partnership is your path forward. You've already been discussing with a partner. Tell us about it, because we have certainly wants to prioritize funding ongoing conversations, equally to starting those conversations. But that can help if there's a funding limitation. SWIA may have their own prerogative there. Discuss.
Question, Matt,
Yes.
for the, I'm sorry, I'm not in the room, so it's hard for you all to see the questions online. So the utility I'm working with is extremely distressed. I'm working, I'm working on the AIA for this fall. But one of the things that we are tossing around for them is a merger. And you're saying that because they are so small, but you're saying that the requirements for when I'm writing the merger, which I'm hoping to write a merger, one of the MRF for them in the spring. I assume that can't be done simultaneously, so I assume that has to be done in the spring.
It can be done simultaneously. Certainly encourage that if the timing is right. So perhaps we should chat about that offline.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Yeah, there is certainly no, well, there may be an ideal sequencing for doing an AIA and then an MRF. But there's also a good bit of concurrence if you are positioning yourself for a merger and you're doing your own AIA. Well, then that information you're gathering through the AIA will certainly start feeding into those merger feasibility options. So
follow-up question on that, but you were saying that it's that you look at different requirements for the merger. So for the AIA, you said it was based on kind of good behavior. Whereas the merger, it's about the utility being really small. And then in this case, utility I'm working with is so small. I'm really thinking that the merger, they also need the AIA quite desperately, but I guess I'm looking for how to thread that needle exactly.
Gotcha. Well, without getting too far into the specific scenario, as I was chatting during the viable utility program piece, we see the merger regionalization feasibility study as being something that can and should occur as soon as the time is right, regardless of the AIA and REIT compliance pieces. So if the time is right, let's start on that MRF path, understanding that the AIA will also need to be addressed, whether immediately after, now concurrently, or some other time in the future. We certainly don't require a specific sequencing of those two grants, but definitely are proponents of striking while the iron is hot. So encourage that MRF application at the earliest stages that both parties are interested in going that path.
Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome. Yeah, reach out after this. Let's set up a meeting sometime the next week or two so we can chat through that. We'll gladly help. Lastly, on this slide, again, talking about those steps that have already been taken to address the distress system needs, discussing past MRF or similar studies and those past collaboration with partners in the study. Lastly, one of the requirements, one of the hard and fast requirements of the MRF grant, rather, is that positive mention that one system, especially in a regionalization situation, has adequate unallocated capacity to expand, because that will show that there is basically an oversized treatment plant in one area, and it can easily accommodate that flow of the system that's being rescued. Yes.
I think I know the answer to this, but I wanted to ask to confirm. So could an MRF look at which system might need more capacity or could have capacity as opposed to confirming that they have capacity now? Like, let's say we have a couple systems, one of them could expand, but they don't all three need to expand, and they all want to merge. They study which ones could expand. as opposed to having capacity?
Yes. So the question was if there is a partnership of 2 or 3 systems and none of them have current capacity to expand, but it's understood that if they did merge, one of them would need to expand without all 3 expanding. Would that be eligible? Yes, we certainly would want to consider that application. The adequate unallocated capacity to expand is really helping kind of the back end to show that, okay, if this merger does go through, there's not a big need for a $20, $30 million capitalization grant to increase the overall capacity. But perhaps through having 2 or 3 partners, each with their own capacity needs, maybe some smaller investments would need to be made to make that merger happen. So certainly would want to put that in front of SWIA. And so we would certainly entertain that application and receive it and recommend it if it happened to fall in the funding line. So good question. The category 2, system management. Again, we want to see a discussion based around the smallest and the least capable local government unit that will benefit from the merger regionalization activity. We want you to define or start defining that desired level of service, and then how that perhaps is not being met by the current operational or organizational or financial capacity of the local government unit. And then lastly, we just look at 1 year of the most recent operating ratio to provide a point either for that application. So if your OR is less than 1 in the most recent year, and you provided your financial information form showing your OR is less than 1, well, then you will certainly get that. Category 3, affordability, is the exact same as the AIA. We look at that either combined bill for water and sewer, or that effective combined bill for water or sewer for 5,000 gallons. And then we use the DWI's affordability calculator to determine those local government unit indicators. And those purely play into points. There is no match requirement in the MRF. So it is purely a points-based analysis there. And again, look at our affordability calculator to see where your LGU lands. In this case, if you have a large wealthy system looking to merge with a smaller, less wealthy system, in all cases across all 3 categories, everything needs to be discussed in the narrative for that smaller, less wealthy, least capable system. So you would look at the LGU indicators for that system that will have the most benefit. The milestones of funded MRF projects are quite similar to the AIA. In fact, they are identical. Same scope, submittal, and approval requirements, same executed grant agreement and contract dates, and then same 2-year timeline to get in that deliverable and close out. Again, we operate on a disbursement basis for incurred project costs. It's a 2-year grant period, 1.5% fee for all. There's no local match requirement. And it's similar to the AIA, but I guess a little less so. We don't have a guidance document on how to perform an MRF project. If there's enough interest, we can put something together, but we definitely like the MRF to be more open-ended than the very technical and financial focused AIA grant. But the report at least must have an alternatives evaluation, analysis of each alternative, and those conclusions or recommendations for kind of those next steps and what's feasible. And then same type of meeting minutes of accepting the report and the study, or if those recommendations and conclusions are actionable, then we certainly encourage local government unit to pass a resolution that commits them to the next steps. And of course, that executive summary, so we can have a nice snapshot of what the project entailed, what was being investigated, and what were those high-level feasibility options determined. So to go through a couple pop quiz questions. For AIAs for system management, so the category 2 in the AIA, it discusses the applicant's internal asset management team. So which characteristics of each team member should be included in the narrative? There is a trend with with these few questions. Anyone want to take a stab? You just shout it out if you want. F, great. The answer is F, all of the above. We want your experience, duties on a day-to-day basis, training, certifications, and licensure, what you're holding, and then the position of each person. We certainly want a technical, a managerial, and a financial person, at least on all of those teams. And for MRF applications, does the highest capacity partner need to be the applicant? Is that true or false? Easy, it is false. We want you to have that partnership, have that discussion, and then you choose the person who you want to apply for the project. Again, COGS are a great resource to provide that hub, but we're not going to dictate how your relationship is going to work. And then lastly, to get full credit for line item 1A of the AIA, so that's your top 3 challenges, what you've done in the past. Which option here do you think would get the most credit for the AIA application? But it's usually the longest answer, right? So it's C. You want to draw that direct connection between the top 3 challenges faced by the applicant and how the AIA project will address and benefit those challenges. So any questions on the merger regionalization? We can go back to AIA, Viable Utility Program. Otherwise, I'm Matthew Rushing. My email is matthew.rushing@beq.nc.gov. Information's on the contact page. Please reach out if you have AIA or MRF application questions. Be happy to answer them for eligibility, for project needs, or just connecting you with someone to help write an application. Cool. So thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Matthew. We're going to take a 5-minute stretch break and then we'll wrap it up for the day. So come back in 5 minutes at 3:57 and we will wrap it up. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and pause the presentation. So those of you online, I'll be muting and pausing. Thanks. All right, y'all. We're going to have David take us down to the end of the day. So I'll let David take it away. Now let me make sure this works for you and get it to the right slide. All right.
All right. Well, let's get started. And let's do this line replacement program. Can you all hear me? All right, this first slide shows the allotments that North Carolina received by coming through the bipartisan infrastructure law, newly created lead service line replacement program. The numbers show that a portion of the allotment is reserved for program management and set aside support for lead service line inventory and technical assistance to small systems. So for example, an initial allotment of 87 million, that reduces the total available project to 67 million. But because the 49% minimum principal forgiveness applies to the entire allotment, as you can see from the numbers, that $42 million, that in reality represents 2/3 of the total money available for projects, which is a very unique situation when it comes to our funding programs. There's more principal forgiveness money available than repayable loan. These are the first 3 fiscal year allotment. We have all exhausted the 2022. We are right now tapping into the 2023 allotment. What showed the slide shows the 2024 allotment, which is slightly lower than the previous two. We are going to act into it as soon as we spend all the 2023 money, which may happen during this calendar year. For the 2020, the last two, 2025, 2023 allotment, that will be determined by the EPA in the near future. So these numbers pertain to the 2023 allotment, the one that we are, using currently. It shows the minimum amounts that we have established to be available, principal forgiveness, and repayable loan. And as you can see, for the last round, for instance, the July 2024 meeting, we had enough application to exceed the minimum. We awarded a total of $21 million. We had originally estimated a minimum of $90 million. Nonetheless, we awarded all the funding that was requested. Of course, this has an impact on the future route. It reduces the amounts available for the future routes. However, I was saying earlier, we are allowed to tap into the next cap, right, 2024, if the demand requires. There's plenty of money available. All right. Who are the eligible funding recipients? Local units of government and nonprofit and investor-owned water utilities. What are the activities that are eligible for this funding program? Replacement of lead service lines, or all the activities directly connected to identifying the material of service line, identifying whether it's lead or not, and planning, designing, and replacement of the lead service line. For those projects that you may have that include other items not directly related to the service line, for example, lead in water mains, the regular DWSAT program is available for those projects, not this funding. All right. Replacement projects. The replacement project must replace the entire lead service line. So a service line that has lead has to be replaced entirely. In order for that replacement to be eligible for the fund. The service line is defined as the connection between the water main to the premises, the building, where the service line enters the building. So it includes lead connectors. It includes any galvanized iron tubing, piping that is determined to be either downstream of some lead components, or that is presumed that it may have been downstream. Now, we started with the 2024 grant. We will now be able to make replacement of galvanized service line presumed to be one point having been downstream of lead. They will no longer be patched, but for the time being, using the 2023 funds, that is still there. If there are portions of the service line where the lead is going to be removed, there is no need to remove that portion. Also, the funds cannot be used to replace lead inside the premise, inside the building. Here in this slide, you see a little schematic that shows how basically a service line goes from the water main to a building. Part of that service line is in the right of way, right? And that is what we call the the system owner or the public portion of the service line. Then, as the property boundary, that line becomes owned by the property. It's the responsibility of the property. So, should you find lead in both on both sides of that curb stop, shown in this at the property boundary, in order to get that the cost of replacing that line eligible for funding, the entire lead service line needs to be, cannot replace the one on the system side and not replace the one on the customers. Also, the case, now, don't expect very many North Line, but the case that the meter is located inside the premise, and therefore the entire surface line, water main to the meter inside the premise, is owned by the water system. Yes, some work inside the premises is considered eligible, but not beyond the meter. Private side of water, yes. This is probably going to be the difficult part of replacing the water service line. Some property owner may not allow the utility to do the work on their property. In this case, we offer flexibility in that if the system finds some kind of agreement, arrangement, property owner, whereby property owner does the replacement, but then requests some reimbursement for that, that cost also would be, that kind of arrangement would also be considered eligible for the funding program. However, also, let me show this, the last bullet point. 2024 allocation may allow additional flexibility that if you can document that twice property owner has refused to allow system replace service line, lead service line on their property. After two refusals, the utility can go ahead, replace only their portion, public side, and get reimbursement. But not yet. We need to spend all the 2023 allotment money before we can allow that. But keep that in mind, because you might want to put together your projects so that you're going to do the replacement where you have a cooperating property owner, you know, now using the 2023 money, and save those where the property owners are not cooperating for next year. And how the work is done, whether it uses, you know, the utility workforce, the utility contractor, homeowner contractor to be a plumber, we will consider different options, different solution around this problem of, you know, working on private property. We got a question.
Who approves the service provider? Is that the community or is it?
Okay, the question is, who approves the service provider, the community or the Division of Water Infrastructure? It's the community. Because the community is facing that cost, and he has to find that cost acceptable, not excessive. All right, loan terms. So, as we saw in the previous slide with the table, more than 50% of the available funds for projects, it will be principal forgiveness. In other words, non-repayable loans. Yes, we have a question.
Sorry, it's actually related to the slide. I'm trying to. So what's the approval process by the utility provider? Do they have to put out any sort of RFP to qualify providers, or can they just say, you know, we have these 5 plumbers in the area, they're all approved? Like, is there a requirement for that process?
The work has to be done in compliance with, you know, plumbing codes, obviously. It depends on how much, again, we haven't heard a lot yet from the utilities, because right now, the majority of this funding is being used to do inventory. The replacement is still, you know, most of the replacement is still had. However, it depends on, number one, the entity of the cost. How much will it cost to replace the contracts are going to replace the service line on the private side? Is that an acceptable cost? Also, there might be an issue of equity, because that's work done to improve, make some improvements on private property using public money. So some utilities may not want to do that. Reason of, you know, they couldn't have their customers have that situation, and they're not going to see that improve. So it's not our determination, to your question.
Okay, so as long as the utility documents.
Yes,
However they approve providers. that-
yes, yes.
So they would call their own corporate or not. For us, we have a.
On the mic.
You got it.
Okay, to be clear, we were talking about the cost to a utility of doing work on the private side. If that work is not done directly by the contractor, contracted by the utility to do all the work on the public side and the utility. So in cases where, for example, the homeowner demands, the only condition the homeowner will let you do that is that if they get their own plumber to do the work, and then the plumber sent the invoice to the utility, yes, the determination of whether that is an acceptable cost or not, the utility is going to be for the utility. For everything else, like procurement of engineering services, procurement of a contractor that works directly for the utility, all the SOF, PWSF condition, obviously part of this.
Thank you.
All right, so again, more than 50% of the funds available are going to be non-repayable loans, so principal forgiveness. The portion that is repayable will be repaid at, you know, at a 0% interest rate will be applied to it. The repayment terms depend on the type of the project. So 20-year terms for projects that include replacement. They include actual, you know, if you would, construction. 5-year terms for inventory on the project where there is no replacement activities. Principal forgiveness is determined as similar to other programs that we discussed here today, based on either criteria of affordability that evaluate the community, the applicant, their socioeconomic conditions. It's based on parameters such as size of the community, water and sewer rates, economic, socioeconomic indicators such as unemployment rate, population change, etc. Or it can be determined, the principal business portion, based on the project benefiting a disadvantaged area. Again, similar to the other programs that we discussed. There's an initial cap. We have changed it. We have increased it for this coming round. There's an initial cap of $1 million to the principal forgiveness per project. Right? Of course, if the project is eligible to receive at least $1 million in principal forgiveness. Principal forgiveness cannot exceed the total funding request, the total loan amount. The caps and the percentages can be exceeded and be increased if additional principal forgiveness is available in the funding round. All right. So the moment I mentioned ago, this program, lead service line replacement funding program, is associated with the drinking water state involvement program. So all the conditions that apply to the WSF apply here for construction projects. Yes, construction project, i.e. replacement, projects that include replacement, not the inventory. And they display control, prevailing wage rates, American Iron Steel, and Build America, Buy America, or materials used on the project. All right, 3 types of projects with each of them with its own caps, funding cap. Replacing, the first type is replacing known lead service lines. The utility has already identified and located where the service lines that contain lead, have lead, are located. There's no more investigation necessary. They want to go ahead and replace them. Funding cap per project per round, the type of project is $5 million. The next type of project is what we call find and replace, shorthand. So we're basically still some verification, some confirmation of what the material, the actual material is. It's necessary. Typically that's done with field investigations, either potholing, visual inspections of the meter box, other forms of investigation. And then those lines that actually are confirmed to have lead, those are going to be replaced. The others, no. For that, there is a $2 million cap per project per round, and a $1 million cap for the identifications or inventory activities that are included in that project. The third type of project is inventory only. The cap for that is $1 million per round, and this may include all type of inventory and material determination activities, whether they're done on breakers or whether they're done in the field, and with those methodology that I was mentioned before. However, there is no replacement involved, no replacement at all of lead services. The funding caps, again, if funds are available in that funding caps can be exceeded. Priority or so, beginning with the project that receive the most priority points, they can be exceeded in 500,000 increments. All right. We have what we call it, an inventory only project reserve. So for each funding round, we set 50% of the available fund reserve, initial reserve to inventory projects. Because we want to make sure that those projects get funded. They don't get out of the funding range when bigger projects that involve removal, replacement. So, so far we have been able to either meet that reserve or actually stay below. In other words, we didn't have enough inventory obligation. Therefore, we could tap into that reserve to fund replacement projects that were part of that round. We're going to consider whether after we have exhausted all the the 2023 capital grant funds, if we want to continue to have this inventory only reserve, that was created primarily in order to make sure that all the inventories that the systems have to do, all the systems to comply with the rule revision, that there will be plenty of funds available. That requirement basically has a deadline of October 16th this year. So it's reasonable to think that after that deadline, there may be fewer inventory only projects applying for funding. We're just going to decide whether to keep it the next funding round or not, for the next funding cap grant or not. Also, in each funding round, the same applicant can apply for 2 or 3 different types of projects. An inventory project, a replacement project, and or for a replacement project. Suspected, the project will be recommended for funding based on a prioritization and priority rating system that is based on 3 categories: project purpose, project benefits, and affordability. Project benefit only includes net service, net action level exceedance, and we'll see exactly how in the slide. So these are the category 1 purpose points, project purpose points. So the highest points, 20 points, go to project that eliminate net service lines, so the, call it, removal project. Next is the find and replace project, 15 points, and then the inventory projects, 10 points. Maximum points, of course, you can only get points. Your application can only get points for 1 type of project, and so the maximum that you can get is 20. This is the category 2 project benefits, and you can see it's limited to having a documented action level exceedance in either project addresses or results. Basically, it removes the cause of this lead action level, or it simply has documented and provided to us documentation of the exceedance, but the project in itself does not address. This is typical, for example, for an inventory. Only inventory your service line, you're not doing anything that is going to address the lead service, the lead action level exceedance, but still you can get some priority points for that. And the third category is the affordability. And this, I believe this slide is identical to the ones that you have seen earlier today for water and wastewater SRF program. On the bottom, cut off, we have the 4C4, and you can see that that is for project benefit disadvantage area. You can see that the line items above C1, C2, and C3, they say or, meaning you can only get one line item, points, one line item in the category 4C. However, if your project has 5 out of 5 NGU indicators, and that gets you 7 points, and you still claim the 4C4 because we will give you the 7 points instead of the 5 points. 7 points for 4C3 instead of the 5, but the having successfully claimed 4C4 makes the project eligible for 50% principal forgiveness, which may or may not make a difference. The project, by affordability criteria alone, they already get 75% principal. So that does not make any difference. But there's the other situation where there may be more principal forgiveness than otherwise the affordability criteria alone would grant to the project. as we discussed this morning, we are now have a application form that is going to be used for lead service line replacement funding and for emerging contaminant studies. We call it, a rolling application. The slide shows just the first page of the instructions. The application form actually is, I think, is on the third page of the packet, the training packet that you've received. And you will see that the form is very similar to the application form, the common application form, water and wastewater project, a little bit more streamlined. This page here, first page of instruction shows the dates, the due dates for the application for the next funding round, and when the awards, the respective awards will be made at the State Water Infrastructure Authority meeting, first in December and the next of next year. And more information is available on our website, which is the address where to download the application form, the instructions, the guidance, very written system guidance to meet the numbers. So before we move on to the next, the final section, training today, are there any questions about lead service line placement program? Yes.
So I want to confirm that the following is correct. A galvanized water downstream, the lead gooseneck less than 25 inches long is not galvanized requiring replacement. So it does not need to be replaced, but it is eligible for reimbursable placement. That is my understanding.
Yes, it will be also for future funding alone. Okay, because it is documented that it's downstream of lead. Right now, also, if your records cannot show there was never lead upstream galvanized, you can also remove that, galvanize it, and it's damaging.
What I hear you saying is that you might want to restate this further.
No, I'd like for you to restate.
Online asked for the question.
Thank you. David confirmed that a galvanized service line downstream of a gooseneck or other lead appliance less than 25 inches long is not galvanized requiring replacement for regulatory purposes, but is eligible for reimbursement under the program. Thank you.
Yes.
David also made a comment on the prior to 2024 money galvanized with an uncertain history is presumed to be downstream of lead, therefore galvanized requiring replacement. Again, with an undocumented history, but will not be after 2024. Is that correct?
It will not be available for 2024.
Thank you very much, David.
All right. Thank you.
So we learned about application and you all submitted a successful application. We scored it internally. We decided that it is it's scored enough to get funding, and then what do we do? Like we take them to the authority, our State Water Infrastructure Authority, and we present that as a recommended project, and then they vote to give you that money. So then what happens, right? It's not that they say, okay, this project can receive funding from this round. So after that, it will take a few weeks for us to send a letter of intent to fund. So That's the first step that can happen after the authority meeting. When a project is awarded, after a few weeks, or probably a month, we send you a letter of intent to fund with a table of milestone dates. What is the next step? The first step for any construction project is engineering report preparation. So you will have like 4 months for that engineering report to be sent to us. And we have several months for the review. So it's not just that you won't hear from us for that months 5 to 9. It's like that's the period where we go back and forth. Like our goal is to like review it within 30 to 45 days. So we will kind of give you our feedback, and then we will work on it and make any changes if necessary. This is only suggested like a maximum date. So if everything is ready, if the project looks really good, we can get it approved in the first review itself. Then it's not necessary that you have to go back and forth. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to move forward faster, and if you have everything already settled, we can approve it faster. So after the engineering report is approved, we usually send you a funding offer. Funding offer is comes from our director, and it goes to your authorized representative, and they need to execute the funding offer and send us back that funding offer. And then during that time itself, you can move forward with your plans and specification, document preparation. So a detailed design, you have several, like 5 or 6 months to do that, and then we have 4 months to approve that. During that time period is when you get all the permits in place. So but we can do that simultaneously. So you can submit the plans to us and DWS or Division of Water Resources to get appropriate permits and authorization to construct. So all of this can happen between the months 16 to 19 application is with us. So once you have your plans are approved and permits are accurate, you can go for bidding. You have like 3 months to advertise and receive bids and also make a recommendation. And you will send that recommendation along with all the relevant bidding documents to us for an authority to award. So that's the time we say, okay, whatever contractor that you recommended for this project is acceptable for us, and we give you that award. We have some checks we will usually check for the environment, and then we have some goals for minority business participation. All those things are getting checked before we give you an authority to award. It's called ATA. And after that, you have to go and execute that contract. So that's the lifeline for a project. So the timeline is like it is settled by the General Statutes 159G, Section 41. And under that section, we have 2 years to get under contract from the date of the letter of intent to contract. And also we have 1 year to get under contract up to the award. So if you cannot, if you foresee some issues that you cannot meet those dates, if there is enough reasons for that, you can always send us a letter requesting an extension, and sometimes we are able to give you that extension provided you have a very good justification. We have been very lenient on giving that extension earlier, but right now with the EPA, we have an expeditious spending memo, so we might not be able to give a lot of extension. So we have to, it's always recommended that you try to follow this dates that is set by them. That's being communicated through the letter of intent. So here, there is one step, right? This is an SRF. It's mostly the SRF. So it's a state revolving fund. It's a loan program. The loans are getting approved by our local government commission. So they have changed their process right now. They will not get these projects into their agenda until you have bids in hand. So that's when once you have your bids, you contact LGC to finalize that LGC approval, local government commission approval. Being said, that's not the first time you will be contacting the LGC. You will have to make sure that your constantly communicating with the local government unit and with the audits are all, on time, make sure everything is good. Otherwise, it can take months and months for this approval to come. So before your LGC approves the loan, we cannot give you any money from the loan. So that's the thing. So once the LGC approves, we send you an invoice for a 2% fee, loan fee. And if it's a grant, if it's a state grant, it's 1.5%. This is, these fees must be paid before the first disbursement. So disbursement of funds is based on the General Statutes 159G42. And it's also based on the promise of the project. Yes, I think Matthew mentioned it several times. We will not pay you before, we will be paying us costs incurred. So we will be sending us the invoices along with our disbursement request form, and only the cost incurred can be requested. Yes.
What is your general turnaround?
Good question. The question is, what is the general turnaround for the disbursements? With ARPA, it's getting really tough right now. So it's our goal is 10 business days, but with ARPA, it's getting challenging day by day. But we have processes in place that is working right now. So you might see a little bit, timely processing of those disbursements. Thank you. You add something?
Yeah, not on that. More on the local approvals. Sorry, this is Shadi from the Director of DEQ. Just wanted to point out one of the things that's really important to make sure that is in place before you receive funds is that the audits are in place. Local governments audits are missing after 1 or 2 years. That's going to delay access to the funds. It's very, very important, very timely, especially with that service line, because we need the funds quickly. Make sure that local governments have their audits in place.
Thank you, Shadi. So before you can get your first payment, these are some of the documents that we must receive. So the funding offer I was mentioning, it must be executed by the recipient, and also there should be a resolution that comes to us. You have a question, you first.
Sales tax form?
Yes, because I think we cannot pay for sales tax, so you have to kind of request a sales tax reimbursement from the whatever the tax department. Yeah, department of it. So yeah, notice to proceed, sales tax form, DWI's authority to award. That is the ATA that I was talking about for construction projects, and then executed approved contracts that includes engineering services contract and also the construction contracts. And wage rate certification, that's a little bit, I think that's wrong. It's not for more than 10 million. That more than 10 million is only for ARPA. So for SRF projects, all the SRF projects must send in a wage rate certification. And so once you have the first payment, you will get almost about 90% of the cost, and then there is this last payment. So you must send in certain other forms to get your last payment. That is the closeout checklist. You will work with our project inspector to, on this. So you'll have like a very good instructions and direction on these items. So obviously you need to have the project completed. So the owner certifies the project is complete, and the engineer is also certifying that the project is complete and is done according to the approved plans and specifications. So those are the certifications that we must have before we give you the last bit of money. And again, one other thing is the final inspection report and also the final change order. So if you have any change orders that needs to be happening in that contract, we have to finalize everything before we give you that last bit. Any questions? So the construction contracts, right? Construction contracts must meet all the requirements for North Carolina's contract law, plus the procurement requirements, state, federal, and local procurement requirements. So all these things. Plus, if it's an SRF funded project, there are certain special conditions, SRF specific conditions Those are usually, usually actually those conditions will be spelled out in your offer and acceptance form. So you will know beforehand that what are those conditions that needs to be included in the contract. One of them is the vacant actually, and is a big thing. I think by now everybody is familiar with this vacant at the minimum wage requirement. So we have in our website, the forms necessary to be included in the contract. So the contractor knows exactly what form needs to be used to, document these compliance with this requirement. Another one is American Island Steel. That again, that's very, now it's getting really old, so everybody knows how to do it. But the new thing is the Build America by America, or BABA. BABA expands on AIS. So the projects that is getting funding from 22-23, those build funds, right, will have to meet BABA plus 80 new SRF capitalization grants. So all, it not just build money, we have SRF funds too that needs to be compliant with BABA. So how do you know if your project is selected? You will know it in your letter of intent to fund. So when you receive your letter of intent to fund, you will know whether you have to comply with BABA. The lead service line funds and the emerging endowment funds, all projects have to meet BABA requirements. But for the other construction projects, we usually pick and choose the projects that is based on the size and how much is our capitalization grant and how much how much money we need every year to that project. EPA said, you have this much money this year, so that much projects that we have to show meeting on this requirement. So that's how we pick and choose the project. And then one thing I haven't mentioned here is a signage requirement. Bill has a specific signage requirement and SRS has another signage requirement. And both of this template is very new now. If you go to our website under I have funding, bid and design package, that section, you will see the template or the guidance required for BABA and signage requirements. So, the new projects will have to follow through those guidance. So, told you how it's getting. So BABA is all iron steel must be produced in US. Plus all manufactured products are produced here and all construction materials are produced here. That's why, before for AIS, it was only iron and steel. So BABA adds to that. And here the EPA's website, but we also have information in our website to DWI's website, have information and guidance on how to implement BABA. And then if you have any questions, you always have your project manager and inspector to help you with those questions and any other requirements. There are some approved waivers. One of them is the de minimis waiver. That waiver requirement is for products that cumulatively comprise more than 5% of the total project cost. So it's like a very small amount of money. So at the end of the project, you can just add up all the small things that is not BABA compliant, and that has to be less than 5%. Yes.
So that includes those construction costs and other.
Very good observation. That's how we are defining, since they gave us that ability to do the total project cost. Our guidance is very clear on that. Yeah, it is the project cost. I think it includes the engineering and other costs. So we will estimate it in the at the end of the project. See if what is your 5% that you are about. And I think it's a good time when you are executing the contract. That is also the perfect time to check. So I'm not sure if I'm forgetting whether we said it's construction or the total project, but it's clear in our guidance. So I have to go check it and I will get back to you. I remember discussing it too much. That's why I thought, that's a good question because we discussed it a lot and then we have an answer now. It's in our guidance. All right, so this waiver is not a with existing American Iron and Steel de minimis waiver. And the EPA, yeah, will review this waiver every 5 years. So right now we have their directions that will be applicable for the next 5 years. This BABA is to stay, right? So even if the bill funds go away, BABA will be staying with the SARA for and then there is this small project general applicability waiver, but I don't think there's not much use for our program because most of our funding is like more than 250,000. Most of our projects are more than 250,000. So this general applicability waiver for the small project is only applicable if it's less than 250,000. So yeah, don't worry about that one. This is the one that we are using right now a lot, adjustment period waiver. So that says if your project can document that your planning has started before the bill implementation date, it's May 14, 2022, you can request for this waiver, but you must have had funding from us before fiscal year 2022. So all the projects that you are getting ready to apply now will not be eligible to receive this one. The only projects that can still continue the waiver is if you've already received money from the previous fiscal years, and also you were given the waiver eligible. So and all emerging and under projects, let's satisfying projects, they are not included in here. So we have to go through all the documents. Okay, so that's it. Any questions? This is our final slide for our preliminary funding availability. This is the money that we have for this funding round. Any questions on any? If not, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kavita. And thank you all for having been there. I sent everyone an email with a survey, so regardless of whether or not you're online or in person, please take a few minutes to fill this out. It really does help us. And one of the things that we've discovered as we've gone through this process is those who attend the training, even if you're a veteran, those who are new, we tend to be better on applications. As you're preparing your application, please call us. Let us know if you have any questions. And we also offer a draft courtesy review where we will sit down and go with you through the application. I will say that any suggestions we make, please adhere to them. We are not the ones, if we meet with you and do a review, someone else will be reviewing the application. So please be aware of that. I think that's about it. So have a great afternoon. If you have any questions, that's our contact info. And enjoy the sunshine. You're very welcome after a huge rain. So thank you and have a great evening.